In the Empire of Aetherion, a monumental day arrived at Arkenvale Academy, where thousands gathered for the prestigious Gate of Worth trial. The colossal stone coliseum stood proud under the blazing sun, a symbol of history and power. The arena, packed with nobles, scholars, and knights, buzzed with excitement and tension as the elite candidates prepared for their trials. Among them was Raziel, once a noble heir, now an exiled outcast with no conventional powers, cursed by a system that condemned him to villainy. His reputation preceded him, yet he stood unnoticed, cloaked in mystery and defiance. As the trial unfolded, he faced deadly threats, including a golden knight whose attack almost cost him his life, only for his survival to be ensured by unexpected intervention from the Saintess and the Academy's authorities. Though seemingly weak, Raziel's calm demeanor hid his true strength, an intelligence and arrogance that could manipulate fate itself. With the Gate of Worth opening before him, the trial was more than a test of survival. It was a stage for him to prove that strength and authority were no match for his cunning and ambition. The commoners kept their distance, yet their eyes burned with ambition, more intense than that of any noble. There was hunger in their gaze, mixed with a dark, ominous aura, as though they had already accepted that they might never return from this trial. Nobles and high-ranking candidates whispered among themselves. Did you hear? The heirs of the top 4 families are joining the academy this year too. Are you completely senseless? Who doesn't know that? Is this even a question? One noble scoffed, only to be silenced by another of higher rank. No, it's 3 duke houses, you fool. The Violin heiress is already well into her 4th year. They all turn their eyes upward, toward the stands above, packed with nobles, watching like spectators. Below, the crowd below gazed up nervously. High above, built into the stone walls of the arena, were 5 grand viewing chambers, spaced evenly as if their positions had been calculated with great care. The center chamber was the largest, radiating higher status and respect. The 5 chambers, visible for all to see, were dedicated to the 4 duke families. The highest, subtly elevated above the others, belonged to the royal family. Royal guards stood like statues, silent and unwavering, exuding an aura of power. Each chamber flew a flag of its house, fluttering in the wind. At the center, the royal house stood proudly, its crest a divine crown and 2 gleaming swords under the sundae surrounding it. The 4 grand duke houses were shrouded in their own splendor. The shifting illusions of Virillon, the scorching heat of Drakenvir, the blooming spirit vines of Fairlith, and the radiant glow of Luminous. Look at the royal knights in the stands, one whispered, his voice shaky. The royal princess might be joining the academy this year. If not, I doubt they'd send royal guards and representatives. Yeah, it's the first time in history that heirs from all 4 duke families and the royal family are joining the academy, another muttered nervously. But why are they even taking the academy trial test? Aren't they supposed to go straight into the highest classes? In the bustling arena of Arkenvale Academy, a silent figure cloaked in black stands apart from the crowd. His face is hidden beneath the folds of his robe, but his pale skin, sharp features, and dark, obsidian eyes draw the occasional curious glance. It's Raziel, the exiled son of Duke Virillin, who, though out of sight, is anything but unnoticed. The air is thick with anticipation as the elite families of the realm gather for the Gate of Worth, a prestigious trial to determine the victor among the noble houses. While the royal princess may not participate, the rivalry between the 4 duke houses is bound to unfold in a fierce contest. Yet, the heiress of the Virillin family, already in her 4th year, means the remaining competition will likely be between the other 3 houses. Despite the stakes, Raziel remains unfazed, a quiet observer with a cold, unreadable expression. However, inside, he can't help but scoff at the drama unfolding before him. The event, clearly designed to highlight his presence, feels like the perfect stage for a villain's grand entrance, an entrance only someone like him could make. As the others discuss the competition, Raziel stands alone, preparing to outwit, outlast, and ultimately prove that power and authority are no match for his calculated defiance of fate. Raziel stood, calm but sharp, as a voice echoed in his head, dripping with smug amusement. Look at how many important people are connected to you. Your ex-fiancée, the royal princess, your elder sister, Morelia Violin, who despises you, and of course your eternal enemy, Aaron Drakenveer, who's destined to kill you. Oh, and let's not forget your childhood friend, Celine Luminous, who accused you of rape, and now she's a saintess. The voice chuckled, clearly entertained. You really are the ideal villain, host. The enemy of the strongest empire in the world, with the royal family and 4 duke houses stacked against you. Aren't you proud? Raziel rolled his eyes, a bitter smirk tugging at his lips. Since when did it become 4 duke families, you idiot? He muttered under his breath. You only counted 3, and I have no issue with the Feralus. Raziel's life had been a battle with fate ever since he awakened the cursed system at the age of 10. The voice inside his head, relentless and cynical, was always there, reminding him of his doomed path. It had been 6 years of misery, and arguing with it was as pointless as trying to argue with the sky. He had known his role in this world from the beginning, the villain. Not the hero or the savior, but the one destined to lose. That's when everything went wrong. He had awakened his system at 10, a moment that should have been the key to his greatness. But instead, it had chained him to misfortune, arrogance, and dark powers that had no place in this holy world. As the trial at Arkenvale Academy looms, where 1,000 elemental cores will grant entry into the royal classroom, Raziel doesn't just want to survive. He's there to prove that his mind, not his lack of power, will guide him to victory. He's not a pawn to fate. He's a player, and his game is just beginning. In a world he once read about, a young man finds himself caught in a tale where heroes shine and villains fade. The catch? He's not the hero. Raziel Vireland, once a noble heir, is now the villain, the one fated to die, fueling the hero's final rise. Born into greatness, Raziel's legacy is soaked in power, but his fate has taken a cruel turn. He is now cursed with a system that grants him nothing but arrogance, misfortune, and a dark affinity for magic that the world has long since forgotten. As Raziel enters the prestigious Arkenvale Academy for a trial that could shape his destiny, he's forced to confront his past, his enemies, and the ever-growing tension between destiny and defiance. With danger lurking at every corner and a system that is anything but helpful, Raziel is determined to outwit fate and prove that plans, not power, are what truly shape the future. Once a noble heir, Raziel now stands as a cursed outcast. Stripped of his title, exiled at the age of 11, he was abandoned by his own mother without even a flicker of remorse as the gates of his home slammed shut behind him. Memories of his fall from grace have dulled over time, not because the pain is gone, but because they no longer matter. There's no use in holding on to memories that no longer serve a purpose. In a world where fate itself seems to mock him, Raziel carries a cursed system that offers no power, but instead feeds him misfortune, arrogance, and an unnatural affinity for the dark arts, which are deemed blasphemous in this wholly dominated realm. Now, as the prestigious Gate of Worth trial at Arkenvale Academy begins, Raziel faces both nobles and commoners, his past life as a villain in a story he knows all too well weighing on him. With a calm confidence, he steps into the trial not to survive, but to outplay the system that has cursed him and prove that his cunning and defiance against fate will be his true strength. It's all because of the system. If not for it, would he have been forced to hide for 5 long years? Always on the run, always one step away from death. The constant pain, the unrelenting suffering. Yet, there was a smirk on his face as he paused, as though a thought had crossed his mind. Am I complaining too much these days? Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken to anyone in 5 years. Talking to himself had become a habit, one he never meant to form. The system had fallen silent, offering no answers, leaving him to face the reality of his situation. Now, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to reveal himself. He might not face immediate danger, but if things were truly that simple, would he have come here? No. He came because he was sure nothing would happen to him here. He doesn't want to stay hidden. There are many reasons, some of which he can't even reveal. Who knows? Maybe someone might read his thoughts. Not that he wasn't planning to act anyway. He's always been part of bigger plans. I'll trust you one last time, system. If you fail me again, you'll be my enemy too. It would be better if you didn't lie to me, he said, his cold expression never wavering as he raised his hands, pulling off his hooded robe and revealing his dark royal purple hair to the air. His face was fully exposed for all to see. A quiet thanks echoed in his mind, but for some unknown reason he ignored it completely. At that very moment, the knight who had been watching him froze. His gaze sharpened, narrowing in on him as he took in every detail. Those hair colors. He's of Vireland, and not just any Vireland, but of direct bloodline. The knight analyzed everything with a single glance. The royal blue signified a direct bloodline, and that small purple birthmark behind his neck an unmistakable detail. There were only two in direct line, but not a girl. So, was he the exiled son of the Duke? The one long thought dead? Was he truly alive? It took mere seconds for the knight of his rank to put the pieces together. Instinctively, he sent a subtle signal, a fleeting glance toward a guard, standing at a distance. The unspoken message was clear. Stay alert. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye, less than 10 seconds. Raziel didn't acknowledge the knight even once. His gaze remained fixed, unwavering, on the empty space in front of him, as though waiting for something inevitable. Raziel stood still, his mind calculating, counting each second as the Golden Knight descended upon him with lightning speed. The knight's gleaming armor shimmered in the sudden burst of divine light, its sword blazing with power, aimed directly at Raziel's neck, but instead of fear, a small smile crept across his face, one he'd been preparing long before this moment. The sword came at him, fast, relentless, but Raziel didn't flinch. His lack of movement was almost a mockery of the knight's speed. Then, just as the blow was about to strike, the sound of a commanding voice rang out, halting the attack. Authorities from the academy intervened, and even the saintess herself, a figure from his past, ordered the knights to stand down. Raziel, calm as ever, was left to bask in the smug satisfaction of surviving another test, his plans unfurling with every passing moment. Raziel's body, vulnerable and weak, could barely evade the deadly strike aimed at him. The force behind it cut through the air with such power that it seemed to tear the very fabric of reality. Only 2 inches. That was the razor-thin line separating him from death. And then, a sharp, metallic clash rang out like a thunderous echo. Raziel's smirk deepened. The wind howled, pushing his royal purple hair back in a fierce gust. He took a calm step back, not in fear, but with practiced precision, as if he had anticipated this moment. A towering figure appeared before him, effortlessly blocking the Golden Knight's attack with a single hand gripping a massive greatsword. Dressed in a long black cape, the man exuded an air of lazy indifference, holding his blade as though it weighed nothing, the other hand casually behind his back. Sparks flew like fireflies as the 2 weapons pressed together. Killing on the grounds of Arkenvale Academy is prohibited, the man said, his voice composed, yet carrying a weight heavier than the Golden Knight's strike. Sir Radiant Knight, surely you haven't forgotten the rules. The golden-armored knight stood silent, his sword still poised. Behind the helm, his glowing eyes narrowed, but he made no move. The man in front of him didn't even glance his way. He didn't need to. He understood the stakes all too well. And Raziel? He simply stood, smiling with an air of smugness, that hid the chaos beneath. Dorn Varkarn, cloaked in black, narrowed his gaze, realizing something crucial. This brat, he thought, knew he'd intervene. That calm confidence, that carefully crafted facade, it was all part of the plan. Yet Dorn didn't turn around. He didn't need to. The arrogant smile had already appeared, a faint smirk that seemed to predict everything before it happened, like a trap waiting to close in. Standing behind him, calm, composed, and exuding confidence, the boy seemed to believe Dorn was there only to protect him from judgment, a personal bodyguard at his service. The audacity of it all was infuriating. Dorn's fingers twitched on his greatsword, not from fear, but from the restraint it took not to act. He had been played, and though disgusted by the realization, he couldn't back down. The sharp scrape of metal broke his focus as a knight clad in golden armor, radiating an almost blinding aura of power, slowly drew his blade, its gleaming edge lowered with purpose, the tip kissing the stone arena floor with a metallic clink as both hands gripped the hilt, anchoring the weight of his purpose firmly in place. He locked eyes with Dorn, his voice reverberating like a storm. Dorn Varkarn, step aside. That sinner tried to defile the saintess. The arena, once holding its breath, exhaled in confused murmurs that quickly turned into alarm. Nobles and commoners alike whipped their heads toward the commotion, their gazes widening as the situation sank in. Gasps rippled through the crowd like wildfire. The saintess? Attempted defilement? Who had the audacity? No further explanation was needed. The thick tension in the air was palpable, enough to make even the most hardened of souls flinch. Instinctively, the crowd parted, a silent circle forming around the three figures, locked in a tense standoff. Then came the swift sound of a movement swish. 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 8 knights, clad in flawless silver armor, descended gracefully from the stands, their movements synchronized to perfection. Their boots hit the marble with a sharp sound, their formation quickly enveloping Dorn and Raziel, a silvery net closing in. Each knight unsheathed their weapon, the blades whispering from their scabbards with practiced rhythm. They lined up beside the golden knight, their armor gleaming like stars caught in daylight. The Silver Knights, the proud warriors of the Church of Light, were not here for ceremony. Their presence was a warning. Then, as if shedding a mask, he took a step back. The smirk faded, replaced by an expression of pure bewilderment, wide-eyed and innocent, like an angel lost in a strange world. Me? His face seemed to ask. The Golden Knight's eyes blazed with fury, his voice crashing like thunder. Blasphemy. The air trembled under his divine aura, flooding the arena with radiant golden light, as though a second sun had been born. The ground quaked beneath his armored feet. It wasn't just magic, it was the weight of judgment, sanctity, and wrath all at once. Raziel felt it hit him like a divine hammer, his knees nearly giving way as his lungs constricted and his heart came to a halt. Death, he realized, had arrived without a single blow. But just as the pressure seemed destined to crush him completely, a sudden rush of wind cut through the tension. A wind swept through the arena, gentle yet powerful, scattering the oppressive pressure like dust in a storm. It vanished as though it had never been there. Raziel inhaled sharply, realizing he was still alive, and smiled. I won, he thought. Dorn Varkarnby, still standing between them, lazily lifted a finger, waving it through the air as though brushing off a mere inconvenience. His face remained unreadable, but a deep sigh escaped him. Sir Radiant Knight, please, he said flatly. Killing on the grounds of Arkenvale Academy is prohibited. You know this. The Golden Knight stepped forward, gripping his sword tighter. His voice rang out like a herald's trumpet. Are you standing against justice, Warden Dorn? He demanded, his tone filled with righteous fury. Justice for the Church of Light against one who once dared raise his hand to the Saintess? If so, then I may. The tension in the arena thickened. The arena was filled with the hum of swords, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Then came the sharp, rhythmic clicks of heels against the stone floor, echoing like a drumbeat. All eyes snapped to the figure emerging from the crowd, a woman draped in violet and silver, her regal hair flowing behind her, each step commanding attention and silence. Her voice, sharp and unwavering, cut through the tension. "Do not twist his words, knight!" She stopped just before the circle of confrontation, her gaze cutting through the air like steel. "This is Arcanvale Academy, and you stand in the presence of a royal princess of the Empire. Are you truly willing to violate the order, tarnishing your name in front of both the crown and the assembly?" The crowd split around her as though the air itself made way for her presence. "Vice Headmistress," the nobles whispered, their voices faltering with a mix of awe and fear. "Lady Salvara," murmured the radiant knight, his voice strained, muscles coiled tight as he stood frozen under her unyielding gaze. She spoke then, her voice soft but laced with a warning heavier than any weapon. "Understand, the words 'killing on the grounds of Arcanvale Academy' is prohibited." Her eyes locked onto his, a silent message passing between them. The guard's jaw tightened. He knew exactly what her words meant. But how could he simply back down? This man, this filth, had dared to raise his hand against the saintess. A vile act, a sin against divinity itself. How could he, a knight sworn to uphold honor, stand by and let it go? Could he truly abandon his sacred duty? But harsh reality crushed his noble instincts. One wrong move, and death would meet him before he could even blink. Before him stood not only the warden of Arcanvale, but the vice headmistress herself. There was no chance of survival. He knew this with brutal clarity. Even before making a single move, his life could end with a single stroke. But to do nothing? To remain idle would be a betrayal of the saintess's dignity. To watch in silence was a sin. His jaw clenched, shoulders stiffened. Lowering his stance, his sword tilted slightly, and his breath held, preparing for the inevitable. His heart thudded, not from fear, but from unwavering devotion. A sacred fire burned within him, urging him to act even if it meant self-destruction. He closed his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, tranquility settled over his face. A serene, almost sacred smile touched his lips, as if he were not standing on the edge of death, but rather at the altar of sacrifice. A willing offering, not for himself, but for the honor of the saintess, for the holiness of sacred. He was prepared. But just as his foot was about to move, just as his blade was about to rise, a voice gently broke the silence. Soft, tender. It swept through the air like a divine breeze. "My beloved knights, step back." It wasn't an order, but a blessing in the form of sound. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, as if the world itself had paused to listen. In an instant, the heavy tension that had filled the air evaporated, replaced by a serene calmness. It was as though even the wind had bowed to the presence before them. A divine aura filled the space, a sacred power that seemed to radiate from the speaker. "Your holy saintess," the knights echoed in unison, their voices unwavering. Without a hint of fear or hesitation, they knelt, 3 sets of knees hitting the stone. A bow that spoke of deep reverence, reserved only for the saintess herself. Their swords dropped, their edges flat against the ground, and their heads bowed low. The atmosphere was thick with respect, as if the very air honored her presence. Raziel's system, ever the sarcastic ally, offers the support with a malicious sense of humor, fueling his ambitions with each dark jest. Of course, it quips, "Your system will truly unlock when you pass through the gates of worth. That's the deal. I swear, may my own manhood be choked if I lie." Raziel pauses, eyeing the absurdity of the statement. With a blink, he retorts, "You only have 2 inches. Without missing a beat, the system proudly responds, "Exactly! Who would risk that?" The conversation takes a bizarre turn as Raziel reflects on the strange mix of absurdity and relief building within him. His eyes now focus on the daunting archway ahead, the beginning of his most critical trial yet. Raziel didn't respond right away. He let the silence hang heavy in the air as his gaze drifted down to the grand stone floor beneath him, the place where his blood could have written history. I trust my plans, Villy. His voice was quiet, just loud enough for him and the system to hear. And if you can't bet your life on your own plans, then they were never worth calling plans in the first place. There was no arrogance in his tone, just unshakable confidence wrapped in steel, a certainty that left no room for doubt. And with that, he smiled, not a grin, not an expression of relief, but a smile that spoke of something far deeper, something far more dangerous. It was the smile of a man who knew he had already won, even before the first move was made. Wrapped in arrogance, fueled by unshakable certainty, Raziel's obsidian eyes flickered with a defiance so potent, it felt almost sacrilegious. Villy, with a dramatic mutter, couldn't help but mock, yes, whatever. But I must say, host, you truly have the talent of a villain. It's like watching a crow walk into a cathedral and have the priests pray to it. Raziel's amusement barely flickered as his eyes narrowed, but his voice sharpened with a warning. Just stay true to your words, Villy, or I'll rewrite your voice to sound like a helium-choked squirrel, even after my death. So no matter who hosts you, you're screwed. His hand fell from his nose, fingers curling into a loose yet ominous fist. Raziel let out a sigh, his frustration barely contained as the system's mocking voice echoed in his mind. The trial was at hand, the infamous Gate of Worth looming ahead, a test that would determine his fate. But there was something more at stake here, something far deeper than just survival. As he stood there, eyes fixed on the distant archway, his mind raced with plans and strategies that defied logic and fate itself. He was no longer the helpless, exiled noble. He had become a villain of his own making, a dark force manipulating those around him. Yet, as his system continued its relentless stream of sarcastic quips, he could only grit his teeth, his gaze still locked on that gateway. For Raziel, this was not about the test. This was about proving that strength, authority, and destiny could all be bent to his will, and he was ready to play the game. The system's voice, tinged with mockery, didn't help matters. All good, it chimed. Just your ever loyal, entirely harmless system here, supporting your darkest ambitions, one sinister quip at a time. As if Raziel needed any more reminders of his cursed existence. And yet, despite the absurdity of it all, despite the danger lurking ahead, there was a strange calm within him, a certainty that even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, he was the one who would emerge victorious. The tension in the air thickens as Doran's voice cuts through the silence. Do you think you won, kid? That this was part of your grand plan? Wake up to reality. You're only alive because the princess is here. Without her presence, you'd already be dead. His words drip with venom, but Raziel only smiles, his eyes locked with Doran's unwavering. Doran's fury boils over, his neck veins bulging as he glares at the young man, barely able to choke out his words. The rage twists in him, disgust and disrespect seeping through every inch of his being. With a twisted sneer, he leans in closer, whispering in Raziel's ear, "Don't fly too high." Awakened as a background character, who will die in the first chapter, Doran's fury reached new heights. His eyes burned with an uncontrollable rage as he stared down at the boy before him, the smirk on his face only fueling Doran's desire to break the illusion that he was in control. You didn't win. It's just your illusion, and you will die. Step out of the academy grounds, and even if they don't kill you, I definitely will, Doran hissed, the venom in his voice unmistakable. Yet, despite the anger, Doran held back. He couldn't do anything here, not now. With a final disgusted glance, he clenched his jaw until it ached, releasing the boy's shoulders. Without another word, he turned away, the sight of the kid sickening him. That brat, who had once strutted around like a peacock, now couldn't even muster the courage to face him. Pathetic. Awakened as a background character who will die in the first chapter, Raziel's voice sliced through the tension like a blade, sharp and arrogant, carrying a wild grin that barely concealed his disdain. Dorn stopped mid-step, the air heavy with anticipation. Slowly, like a man whose patience had reached its limit, Dorn turned, his eyes locking onto Raziel, who stood unmoving, his smile still fixed in place. The vein at Dorn's neck pulsed angrily as he growled, What did you say? Raziel's eyes, dark and void of fear, met his without a flicker of hesitation. Even if I did, you wouldn't dare. He responded coolly. The words stung. Dorn's fury erupted, his aura flaring violently, but Raziel remained unfazed. With eyes narrowing, Dorn's face twisted in contempt as the simmering rage between them reached its boiling point. You no longer carry the name of Ireland, the voice hissed, venom laced in every syllable. Your arrogance disgusts me. He stepped closer, eyes burning with contempt, as if Raziel was nothing more than dirt beneath his boots. I don't even sense a flicker of aura from you. No mana. No contract, no sharpness in your stance. You're not even a swordsman. So tell me, what right do you have to stand there, smiling like that? On what basis do you wear such arrogance? His disdain deepened, as though the very air around Raziel was poison. Disgraceful, weak, but the worst of it? Arrogance. Especially from someone with no abilities to back it up. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper, thick with intent to kill. Don't die inside the gates of Worth, because I want to kill you myself now. You detritus of awful. The words were sharp, venomous, and cold as he uttered them, turning his back with a finality that spoke volumes. He was done, unwilling to sacrifice his own sanity for the drama. As he walked away, his thoughts were drowned out by a reminder from the system. Ahem, host. This time you've really overdone it. Please, even if you've unlocked that function, there's no way you'll survive in your current state. Control yourself. Believe me, I can't handle another host. My soul is bound to you, remember? Raziel, however, heard it all, but remained silent, lost in his thoughts, the weight of his fate pressing down on him. His gaze stayed locked on Dorn's back as the man walked away. Raziel knew that if Dorn had wanted to kill him, even the slightest move from him could have been his end. Challenging him wasn't bravery, it was a death sentence. But that's the whole point, isn't it? The thrill, the game. You wouldn't understand, he thought with a smirk creeping on his lips. And remind me, when was the last time I trusted you? My plans are the only thing I trust. He whispered this to himself, as though amused by the thought. He hadn't done anything wrong. It wasn't his fault that Dorn had decided to pick a fight, despite knowing he stood no chance. Weakness didn't change the outcome. Raziel always had a plan. Ridiculous, came the sharp, almost dismissive reply. What was that quote again? Swords and magic are worthless in front of a villain's plan. The system didn't respond, not even a sarcastic beep. Over at the stone courtyard, the vice headmistress, Selvara, stood with arms crossed, watching Dorn approach. A small, amused smile played at her lips, though her eyes gleamed with something sharper. Did you feel used? She asked, her voice smooth but carrying an edge. Dorn's reply was colder than the stone beneath his feet. Number, I think he thinks he used everyone. His words weren't spoken aloud, but were carried through the mana link, silent but clear. He despised the way people who didn't deserve it were misunderstood and falsely elevated. Selvara's voice cut through the silence again, calm and cryptic, though her lips remained still. Even without the Virlan name, the blood runs deep in him. The blood of monsters, of tacticians, and his is among the purest. Dorn said nothing more. To him, worth was measured by strength and ability, not words or arrogance. After all, words were as light as air. A plateau of them was still just wind. As for the one they spoke of, he remained in the corner, silently shedding his dark robe. He no longer had to hide his face. The whole arena had recognized him. He cursed his luck as a fresh set of black, stylish clothes materialized around him. Raziel stood silently, his dark robe slowly peeling off him as the arena's gaze fell upon him. He no longer had to hide. His identity was known, his fate sealed by the whispers of the crowd. He cursed his luck under his breath as his attire shifted into something sleek and black, as if mocking his own helplessness. He despised the thought of others misjudging him, especially when those undeserving were placed on a pedestal. As the voice of Silvara whispered in his mind, cryptic and calm, she reminded him that, despite shedding the name of Viralan, the blood of monsters and tacticians ran deep within him. But to Raziel, worth wasn't defined by lineage or talk. It was about strength, the one thing he lacked but fiercely desired. To him, words were nothing more than fleeting winds, easily forgotten. He had plans, though, and the Gate of Worth was his stage. A test of survival, yes, but also a chance to prove that manipulation, intellect, and defiance against fate were far more potent than any power or title. They exuded elegance and nobility, but not in the way other nobles did. Their style stood out, almost foreign, like it came from an entirely different culture. And why wouldn't it be? The dark black tuxedo, complete with a long blazer, made him seem effortlessly sophisticated and refined, yet it wasn't even from this world. It came from Raziel's past life, recreated in this new realm. Now, before anyone starts questioning his unusual taste, thinking, that outfit must be difficult to fight in, or how uncomfortable does it look? Let's get one thing straight. It wasn't like he had nothing better to do and made it for fun, not at all. This was all because of that damn system. The same system that insisted a villain must have a sense of fashion. Your appearance should scream class. Wear something worthy of a villain. It was truly exhausting. Only Raziel knew the immense effort it took to craft this from scratch, relying solely on his memory to replicate a design from a world long gone. Every step of the process was recreated without any blueprint, just pure determination, all for the sake of clothing. The outfit itself was elegant, enough to make heads turn on any normal day, especially with the chaos earlier, but today, the crowd's attention had other focuses. The murmurs spread through the arena, eyes darting toward him in fleeting glances. He's still alive? Damn. Honestly, I wish they just executed him back then. But I guess being the Duke's son means some privileges. Even if you're caught in the act, you walk free, the whispers continued, casting shadows on Raziel despite the nobility that protected him. Despite the whispers surrounding him, Raziel's reputation as the most despised figure in the Empire was well known. His name was enough to send chills down the spines of mothers, warning their children, sleep, or disgusting Raziel will come for you. It was said that the Viralan family had paid a hefty price, though no one knew the full details. The one stroke of luck Raziel had was that Miss Luminous hadn't yet been chosen as the Saintess. Had she been, the wrath of the Church of Light would have forced even his family to bow. As murmurs filled the air, Raziel stood there, calm and collected, knowing well that his fate was sealed in a way no one could anticipate. His survival was in question, yet somehow, against all odds, he was still alive. How? No one could say. But one thing was certain, he was no longer the man he once was. The arena buzzed with whispers, loud enough for everyone to hear, as if the people had grown indifferent to discretion. Their voices, though masked as hushed tones, were clear and cutting. It seemed as if they no longer cared to hide their intentions. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, sharp and thunderous, manipulating both sound and air, echoing through the space. Every whisper died instantly. All eyes were drawn to the center of the arena. A small, white marble platform rose, and atop it stood the headmistress. Her presence was like a statue of authority, silent yet immense. She stood tall, her silver uniform shimmering as if the light itself dared not surpass her brilliance. Beneath her, the dais pulsed with ancient, binding runes. With a single raised hand, she commanded silence, her presence halting even the air. The crowd, still buzzing with hushed whispers and sneaky glances, had begun to lose their sense of discretion. Despite their attempts to act covert, the noise reached ears far and wide, as though they had stopped caring about being discreet. Then, a voice cut through the chaos, sharp, commanding, and impossible to ignore. It was as if the air itself had been twisted to carry it louder, sharper. "Attention, please!" The sound reverberated, overwhelming the arena, silencing everyone. Nobles, commoners, even those seated high above, all turned their gaze to the center of the arena. A marble platform emerged from the ground, smooth and pristine. Atop it stood the headmistress, her presence instantly quelling the storm of whispers. Tall and statuesque, her silver uniform shimmered like a beacon. Beneath her feet, the ancient runes of the dais pulsed with a quiet, yet absolute power. With a single raised hand, the air thickened, the silence absolute, as if she had commanded the world itself to hold its breath. Her voice cut through the arena, not loud, but heavy with authority, sinking deep into every listener's bones. "Welcome," she continued, unfazed by the tension swirling around them, her tone unwavering. "You all stand here today as participants in the Academy entrance trial. You have been watched, measured, assessed, and now you are here not by chance, but by consequence." She ignored the chaos that had just unfolded, brushing it aside as if it held no weight, no relevance to the moment at hand. The crowd fell silent, the hushed murmurs of the arena fading into nothing, as the weight of her presence demanded their attention. Right then, her words were the only thing that mattered. Her gaze swept over the gathering, unyielding and sharp. With unyielding resolve, the gatekeeper addressed the assembly, her words piercing the silence. "This is the gate of trials. I assume everyone is well prepared, but if you've come unready and still don't know what lies beyond, let me be clear. You are unworthy." Her gaze chilled the air, each word hanging heavy. "But," she continued, her voice cutting through the tension, "if by some chance someone dares face the unknown, survives, and conquers what they were not ready for, then perhaps they are more worthy than those who studied for it." A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd, but none dared to speak. With a deliberate gesture, she extended a gloved hand toward the towering obsidian arch, the Gate of Trials. Its surface shimmered like oil, ancient inscriptions pulsing across it. "To pass," she said, her voice unwavering, "you must gather 100 elemental cores." The challenge was set. Her voice remained steady, unwavering, a quiet command in the air. "That is the minimum, no less. Do that, and the gates of the Academy will open to you." She paused for effect, letting her words sink in. "For those who seek more, those who desire higher standing, better dorms, stronger instructors, greater resources, your rank will be determined by how many cores you gather beyond that threshold." A beat passed as the weight of her message settled over the gathered crowd. And for those who believe they belong in the royal classroom, the path is clear. Her gaze sharpened, eyes gleaming with an intensity that cut through the air like shards of glass. "You will need 1,000 cores." A hush fell, as if the entire world had drawn a collective breath. Then, her expression softened, not in warmth, but in the cool formality of someone who commanded attention. "And now, I would like to thank the distinguished figures who honor us with their presence today." His lips remained still, yet his mind was a venomous storm, a long tuxedo, for a combat trial. "Is this really your idea of villain aesthetics?" You think this makes me a proper villain? Are you out of your mind? Other villains get cheat abilities, death beams, god-slaying swords, hell, even plot armor. And me? You gave me fashion sense? What have you even done except give me useless orders? His thoughts cut deep, venom dripping from every word. You've never been more useless, haven't you? He muttered under his breath. With a subtle flick of his fingers, a dark, translucent screen materialized in front of him. It was a cold, blackened glass, pulsing faint red glyphs at the edges. System interface. Standards of a villain. The words flashed across the screen. System type, cursed binding, irrevocable. User, Raziel Virlan. Alignment, rejected by fate. Status, alive. Unfortunately, the screen continued. Description. You were never meant to be the hero. The world itself despises your existence. Light repels you. Raziel's thoughts seethed with venom, his mind spiraling as he glared at his reflection. A tuxedo? In a combat trial? He sneered inwardly. Is this your idea of villain aesthetics? Do you really think this makes me look like a proper villain? Other villains get cheat skills, death beams, god-slaying swords, hell, even plot armor. And what do I get? Fashion sense? What exactly do you even do besides giving useless orders? His frustration simmered as he flicked his fingers, summoning a dark, translucent screen, cold and blackened with faint red glyphs pulsing around the edges. The screen crackled, revealing the words, System Interface, Standards of a Villain. The details appeared, confirming his cursed fate. Cursed binding, irrevocable, an existence rejected by fate, alive but despised by the world, light repelling him. Fate resists you, and yet you endure. You are the anomaly, the flaw in the grand design, a thorn in the wheel of destiny. Rejected by the heavens, yet embraced by the shadows. The more the world despises you, the stronger you become. It will hunt you relentlessly until your final breath, and it will loathe you. Oh, it will never relent. For your enemy is not a person, it is the world itself. Expect misfortune, the kind that borders on absurdity, slipping on a banana peel only to land in lava or a shark's mouth. Or maybe both. Call it bad luck if you wish. In a world where light and purity reign supreme, a cursed being named Raziel stands defiant. His system grants him nothing but arrogance and a unique affinity for the darkness. He is forever banned from wielding any light-based powers, his very presence evoking a primal hatred from all who follow the light. However, in the shadows, he finds kinship with cursed dark energies, absorbing their forbidden might. His pride, unyielding and insufferable, forces him to respond to any challenge with unrelenting dominance. But as Raziel steps into the Gate of Worth trial, a brutal test of survival where only the strongest prevail, his true aim becomes clear. It's not just survival he seeks, it's a chance to prove that wit and manipulation can outsmart fate itself. Fate resists you, and yet you endure. You are the anomaly, the flaw in the grand design, a thorn in the wheel of destiny. Rejected by the heavens, yet embraced by the shadows. The more the world despises you, the stronger you become. It will hunt you relentlessly until your final breath, and it will loathe you. Oh, it will never relent. For your enemy is not a person, it is the world itself. Expect misfortune, the kind that borders on absurdity, slipping on a banana peel only to land in lava or a shark's mouth. Or maybe both. Call it bad luck if you wish. In this world, everything is pure, shining with holy light, untouched by shadows or curses. There is no room for darkness, no place for the sinister forces Raziel is familiar with from his past life as a villain in a world he once knew. In this realm, light reigns supreme, and darkness is just a myth, a joke at best. But here, Raziel finds himself trapped with a cursed system, one that offers nothing of value, no power, no curses to wield, nothing but arrogance and misfortune. Despite his disadvantage, he faces the trials ahead with the same smug confidence, though his true intentions are far more complex. His system might be worthless, but he's determined to outwit destiny, manipulation, and power. As he prepares for a new skill, a voice taunts him, calling his complaints petty, urging him to grow up. But Raziel knows better. This trial is not just about survival. It's about proving that his plans, his defiance against fate, will win the day. Raziel's mind echoed with the system's voice, dripping with disdain, as if it knew him inside out, though in truth it couldn't. It yearned to, but it couldn't. His frustration cut through the air, his curse halting mid-sentence as he muttered, "I just wish that function were actually useful after 5 years of endless boasting." The only reason he hadn't turned its voice into something unbearable, like a cheesy romantic tone or a cute, childish one, or switched the dreary interface to something sickeningly sweet with pastel colors and rainbows, was that he was holding back. The system trembled under the force of his irritation, the code shaking violently with every harsh word he spoke. The air crackled with anticipation as the massive gate loomed at the center of the arena, the voice of the announcer breaking the silence with a calm yet final declaration. The gate shuddered and creaked open, revealing nothing but an impenetrable mist swirling with untold dangers. The candidates could only speculate, some nervously joking about the perils that might await them. Would it be an ocean, a forest, or perhaps something worse, like a monster's lair? No one knew. The trial was unpredictable and unforgiving, a brutal challenge that would leave no room for second chances. Stepping forward with unwavering resolve, Raziel, unfazed by the uncertainty, prepared himself for whatever lay beyond, knowing that survival would depend on his cunning rather than brute strength. As Raziel stepped forward, the air grew thick with tension. Some were paralyzed by fear, while others buzzed with excitement, but all moved forward. Just before crossing the threshold, Raziel paused, his senses heightened. He could feel the sharp, piercing gazes from above, both from the crowd in the arena and the high-ranking observers in the elite chambers, all watching his every move. But he didn't flinch. With a cool, composed demeanor, he stepped through the gate, entering the unknown. The mist enveloped him, and everything shifted. Space itself seemed to tear apart as Raziel was plunged into an eerie void. No ground, no light. Just an instant of freefall before a harsh, bone-jarring impact. Cold, cracked stone met his back with a brutal force, leaving him gasping for air and struggling to regain his footing, his body protesting with every movement. A sharp breath slipped through clenched teeth as he pushed himself up onto his elbows. The air was thick with grit, suffocating his lungs, like powdered glass hanging in every breath. Everything around him was stone, an ancient, cracked land where even the air tasted of decay. "Ah, my ass," he muttered, not from pain but frustration, the heat building from the base of his spine to the back of his skull. It wasn't enough to stop him, just enough to make him want to break something. With a grimace, he pushed himself up, brushing dust from his clothes with irritated swipes. His mind screamed the question, "Where am I?" Standing stiffly, he realized the world around him felt like a broken dream he hadn't woken from. He checked himself over. Nothing broken, no blood, just sore. Then his gaze swept the area and he froze. Statues, enormous ones, towering over him, dozens, maybe hundreds of them. Some stood tall, others shattered like ancient bones. Dust coated every surface, and debris littered the corners, tangled between broken wings and twisted spine. Dragons. The carvings were brutal in their detail scales. Claws, jaws opened in eternal roars. Some heads were missing, others fused to the ground. Raziel stood amidst the wreckage of shattered legends, where broken stone statues of dragons lay in ruin. their wings crumbled like collapsed monuments. It was a place of ancient power turned to dust, each stone an echo of something grand, now forgotten. He stared at the devastation, eyes narrowing, a cold, bitter realization creeping up. I am so fucked, he muttered, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. His voice, though calm, betrayed a mix of rage and despair. I know the world hates me, he whispered, the words almost lost to the wind. But this was something else entirely. Turning once more, he scanned the desolate landscape, the silence broken only by the crushing weight of inevitability. His jaw clenched. Of course, he thought, knowing that fate had a cruel way of revealing itself in moments like this. He knew exactly what he was looking at. The graveyard of forgotten stone, a place that should have remained far out of reach for someone like him, especially this early. The third arc, the deep endgame zone. This wasn't his place. This was meant for the protagonist. This is protagonist stuff, he muttered, dragging a hand down his face. That idiot with the sword was supposed to come here 2 years from now. Everyone familiar with the novel knew this was a crucial location, appearing midway through the third arc. It was the place where the protagonist uncovers the truth, discovers their path to greatness, and gains one of the most powerful abilities. Yet, here he was, stuck in a place he didn't belong, where he was never supposed to be. The system had anticipated it all along, but Raziel had to experience it for himself. You expected this, didn't you? He asked, his voice low. The reply was simple but profound. Yes, but you needed to see it, not just hear it. You needed to feel it, to know where you stand. In the midst of it all, Raziel remained silent, sitting on the cold, cracked stone ground, overwhelmed by a sense of smallness he had never known before. Yet, buried beneath the weight of his shattered ego, something stirred. A flicker of defiance, a pulse of determination, a spark. If this was the lowest point, then there was only one way left to go. Up. One day he would rise. The sound of his boots echoed through the graveyard as he quickened his pace. Where's the new function? Hurry up! He didn't bother with pleasantries. He wasn't here to follow rules or scripts. The trial window was 8 hours. How much time had he wasted already? 5 minutes? Arguing with a voice in his head wasn't part of the plan. But then, the system went silent. No response. Just empty space. The kind that made Raziel feel like a fool. And just as he was about to give up, a sudden notification slammed into him. Congratulations. Starting quest completed. Enter. Gate of Worth. Main system function unlocked. Valley of Villi. Raziel stopped in his tracks. The game had changed. Raziel's eyes lingered on the message before him, the words searing into his mind. Valley of Villi. He muttered with a mix of disbelief and distaste, wondering if the system had just pulled a random name out of a hat. But when the system proudly presented its full description, Raziel's skepticism only deepened. This so-called function, Valley of Villi, promised to help him become the ultimate villain across all realities. To do so, it summoned legendary villains from every possible dimension, each with their own deadly expertise, strength, intelligence, cruelty, tactics, and vision. Villains ranked from F to SSS, with the rare EX rank lurking in the shadows. Raziel was intrigued, yet cautious, as the system granted him infinite mana, revives, and double the speed of the outside world. Hidden functions remained for him to uncover, but the stakes were high. Raziel's first reckless challenge to an EX rank villain ended in a humiliating defeat, his body falling countless times without the villain even lifting a finger. Unbowed, he turned to an SSS rank opponent, the strongest mother, only to be crushed by the suffocating weight of her presence. Humiliated and desperate, Raziel now had to navigate the delicate balance between survival and proving his worth as he sought to learn from the legendary villain if she would allow it. The system presented him with something unexpected. No weapon, no legendary bloodline, no divine gift to make him a hero. Instead, it gave him lessons. Raziel, once certain he'd seen every plot twist imaginable after years of consuming system novels, found himself taken aback. No cheat ability, no unfair advantage, just lessons. He clicked his tongue, reflecting on how the system had failed to live up to his expectations. Yet, as strange as it was, something about it intrigued him. Maybe weird was exactly what he needed. He said nothing more, because he didn't need to. Raziel opened the command, and the system expanded smoothly, its efficiency evident. A long list rolled out, as if unraveling the entire universe. Villain Archive. Valley of Villi. The rankings stretched from F to EX with each tier neatly organized. Yet, a peculiar detail caught his eye. Every rank from F to SSS had beside it, an uncountable number. Only the EX rank displayed a number, glowing ominously in a dark violet purple, signaling danger. 10. Just 10 beings had reached this rank, not limited by world or era, but across all realities. Raziel's gaze lingered on the number, his mind racing, knowing that this was the level of power that transcended all known boundaries. This is some wild stuff. From the very beginning of time to the farthest reaches of whatever this system scavenged, only 10 individuals have reached heights that go beyond the rules of logic. And the tiers just beneath them? Too many to count. A never-ending sea of them. The gap between EX and SSS? It's massive. But what about those 10 who made it to the top? How far apart are they from the rest? How do they think? What do they do? And how much did they shatter? It's not fear that creeps in, it's curiosity. If they're that strong, surely there's something incredible to learn from. Raziel couldn't help but get a little excited. If these legendary villains were truly the worst of the worst, they had to be insanely powerful, right? With unlimited mana and revives, there was no penalty for dying. If he could spar with them, learn from them, and survive their attacks, he'd emerge as an unstoppable force, an apocalypse in a coat. His thoughts raced, but before he could get too far ahead of himself, the system intervened. Don't dream too fast, host. I have the right to summon them, it warned. But whether they teach you, kill you, or even acknowledge you depends on them. They're not puppets. They have their own consciousness, will, and rules. Raziel blinked, taken aback. What do you mean they're not here to teach? He muttered in disbelief. I thought this was supposed to be like Raziel was supposed to be dead. But instead of meeting a villain's usual dramatic end, he found himself facing an even more ridiculous challenge, convincing these twisted beings to help him. Villains weren't the kind to share wisdom. They weren't mentors. They were unpredictable, power-hungry psychopaths. So, how could he possibly ask one of them to train him? Bribery, threats, or outdoing them in insanity seemed like a nightmare scenario. It was no longer just about fighting to learn. It was about surviving, then somehow proving he was worth their time. Trying to ask for help felt like attempting the impossible, like punching a dragon in the teeth and asking it to teach you how to fly. It made everything 10,000 times harder. Because now, no more hand-holding, no tutorials. And the worst part? It wasn't about training. It wasn't about skills. It wasn't even about tapping a button for an easy upgrade. It was about surviving someone who had already crushed countless stories with nothing but their present. And now, he had to prove himself to people who didn't value life, who probably didn't even believe in teaching, and were long gone, never having seen another living soul for years. He sighed, just facing the most dangerous minds ever known, and he was still barely scratching the surface of real power. He wasn't being dramatic. He wasn't defeated. He was just done. And then he shrugged. Whatever. Let's give it a shot. System. I choose EX rank. Greed. No shame. He shrugged, as if he were ordering the most expensive dish on a menu someone else was paying for. He wasn't strong enough to even scratch the low-tier opponents yet, but did it really matter? What could they do kill him? He'd just respawn. After all, with infinite mana, infinite revives, and no real-world consequences in the rules, why wouldn't he go straight for the top? Even if an EX rank freak tried to break his mind or erase his will, he'd just keep respawning until their egos cracked and their script collapsed. Infinite retries turned even gods into victims. Like that red-caped bastard with a green grape in one hand. Loop, reset, abuse. Yeah, I can do that. The screen flickered to life. Accessing EX rank archive. Warning, instability risk. Proceed? Raziel's heart pounded as he made the choice to proceed, a surge of anticipation flooding his chest. He had prepared for this moment, meeting an EX rank villain, a being only a handful existed across realities. Would the villain be a monstrous figure, cloaked in flames, or a deathly god exuding cold, unstoppable power? The possibility sent a jolt of excitement through him. But the very next moment, his consciousness was yanked through the void, the world around him folding and stretching until he felt a weightless plunge. His breath caught, his senses spinning, and then, just as suddenly, everything snapped back, his lungs filling with air as his eyes opened to what lay beyond. Raziel blinked, confusion clouding his mind as he found himself back in the stone courtyard, the ancient statues, the serene atmosphere, everything exactly as it had been. Nothing had changed. Not a single speck of dust moved. He scanned his surroundings again, his thoughts spiraling. Weren't things supposed to be different? Hadn't he just agreed to enter the system space? His mind faltered. Didn't I just click yes? His eyes darted to the hovering system screen, and there it was again. Raziel stood frozen, his face pale, lips parted but silent. His eyes twitched in disbelief. What? Died 521 times? How the hell? It's barely been a second! This makes no sense, he sputtered. The voice of the system responded with cold precision. Well, 21 milliseconds have passed outside. Inside the system space, 42 seconds. Time runs at double speed there. The words hit him like a sledgehammer. But yes, you died 521 times. And were revived 521 times. Raziel's mind reeled, unable to process the impossible reality before him. Raziel couldn't believe his ears. Died 521 times? How the hell? He blinked, still unable to process the words. It hasn't even been a second. This doesn't make sense. The system's cold voice explained the truth. 21 milliseconds passed outside, but inside the system space, 42 seconds. Time runs double speed there. And yes, you died 521 times. And were revived 521 times. The weight of the revelation crashed down on him, like a stone dropping in his mind. Raziel stood frozen, his disbelief palpable as he shook his head in utter confusion. No! 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 Hold on, he muttered, waving his hands in a frantic motion. Even if it's just 42 seconds, that's like, what, getting killed every 0.08 seconds? That's not even enough time to blink. How does someone die that many times in a row? His thoughts raced, each one tumbling over the other, his body tense as if trying to escape the horror that gripped his mind. So, the moment I step into that place, I just, boom, dead? Over and over again? What kind of monster is this EX rank villain? A mass killer? I didn't even see him. Didn't feel a thing. Did he attack me the second I arrived? Raziel was baffled. How? How? He demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. The response he got was simple but chilling. No, host, you've got it all wrong. The X-rank villain hadn't killed him. He hadn't even noticed Raziel's presence. In fact, he wasn't even facing him. What crushed him wasn't the villain's attack, but the overwhelming pressure of the villain's aura, the weight of his mere existence, his intent, his presence. It was an invisible force that had flattened him, a crushing feeling so intense that it sent a cold chill up Raziel's spine, deeper than any winter he had known. That slow, gnawing dread sank into him, hollowing out his stomach, while the absurdity of it all threatened to break his mind. Raziel stood still, his heart racing, as his mind tried to process the event. He replayed the moment, but there was nothing to recall, only a blur, an empty second, a blank. He had hoped to make an impression, to provoke the other with his repeated respawns, to get under their skin. But instead, they didn't even acknowledge his presence. The realization stung, sharp and bitter. He had expected confrontation, perhaps even to at least exchange names or faces. But instead, he couldn't even breathe the same air. Slowly, he shook his head, shame clouding his eyes. He had wanted to meet that person, to engage, but they hadn't even spared him a glance. Are all EX rank villains like this? He wondered with a heavy sigh. For a long time, Raziel stood still, his heart thundering so loudly it seemed like it was going to burst from his chest. He tried to piece together the events in his mind, but it was all a blur, an empty moment with no memory to grasp. I thought I'd make an entrance. You know, keep respawning over and over, annoy him until he cracks. I figured he'd at least give me a glance, maybe even say something, but nothing. He didn't even look at me. The sting of realization hit him like a sharp blade. I thought if I clicked yes, at least I'd get to meet a monster. At least ask for a name or see a face. But no. I can't even breathe the same air as him. He shook his head, his eyes glazed with shame. I really wanted to meet that person. Not even a hello. Sigh. He sighed again, lost in thought, the weight of it all settling deeper. Are all EX rank villains like this? Strong, that I can't even meet them? Or should I try another EX ranked person? He whispered. The reply came, cryptic and direct. Yes and no. EX is a rank that defies all standards. Picture it like a glass. S, SS, SSS, all of them fit within this glass. The stronger the power, the fuller the glass gets. But EX is when the water overflows and escapes the glass entirely. It breaks the very system. The comparison continued. Imagine that overflowed water. It could be a bucketful or an ocean, impossible to tell. Whether barely spilling over or vastly overflowing, the glass becomes useless. The EX rank no longer fits into any measurement. Some EXs are vastly more powerful than others, but since they shattered the scale, there's no way to rank them. They exist outside the system, beyond any categorization. Raziel's pride is shattered as he's confronted with a painful reality, his current weakness. Despite being the heir to a powerful family, he finds himself trapped in a world of broken expectations. He steps into a realm where legendary villains from countless worlds exist, yet the sheer power of the EX rank beings there surpasses his understanding. His arrogance leads him to challenge them, only to be killed repeatedly, a brutal reminder of his insignificance. He tries to keep his composure, but each failure cuts deeper, especially when faced with the cold, oppressive presence of an SSS rank villain. Her disdain is suffocating, and he's left with no choice but to beg for her training, even though it costs him his dignity. The struggle is real. His intellect is his only weapon, but in a world where strength is the key to survival, is it enough? Raziel's mind raced, but amidst the overwhelming humiliation, he found a strange sense of relief. At least you didn't feel anything. The system chirped, offering the tiniest silver lining. As he sat there, stewing in his thoughts, a burning question gnawed at him. If that was just the aura, what happens when he actually decides to attack, or when he faces someone on his level? Will the whole dimension collapse? He couldn't help but dwell on the crushing realization that, in the grand scheme, he hadn't even registered as a threat. Not a blip on anyone's radar, just a speck lost in the background noise. The truth stung, but it was a harsh reminder of his place in this unforgiving world. The system had known. It had expected this. You anticipated this, didn't you? Yes, but you needed to see it, not just hear it, experience it, at least know where you stand currently. Raziel didn't respond. He simply sat on the cracked stone ground, feeling smaller than ever before. But within the cold ashes of his pride, something flickered. A pulse, a twitch, a spark. Because if that was the bottom, then there was only one way left to go. Up. One day, he would rise again. He's determined. He won't just fight this opponent. He will make sure they notice him, and then he will defeat them. System. Open the SSS rank villain space. Randomly select a candidate. He asks, almost casually. Their presence won't kill me, right? He needed to be sure, not wanting to look foolish. The system responds, yes and no. An SSS rank villain could kill you just by being near, but not like an EX rank villain who does it unknowingly or permanently. Some are more lethal with their presence, others not so much. He ponders this briefly, then commands, all right, use it. A prompt appears. Would you like to enter the SSS rank Villain Valley system space? Yes or no? Sitting on the ground, cross-legged, his consciousness enters the system space, but his body remains in place. Some might wonder if it's dangerous to sit here, surrounded by the unknown, but no. This place, it's safe, because everyone knows about it. In a world that sees it as a place of no value, the graveyard of Forgotten Stone is a seemingly desolate wasteland, filled with nothing but broken statues and dust. It's a place where even monsters avoid, and where no one comes, convinced that there is nothing of worth. Yet, to one man, this seemingly worthless place hides a deeper truth. The graveyard is not just an empty space. It holds the key to unlocking an unimaginable power, one that can transform the fate of those brave enough to explore its depths. While others may see only crumbled statues and endless silence, he knows that beneath this desolation lies something far more dangerous and significant than anyone could ever imagine. A realm of forgotten power, waiting to be claimed. Raziel opened his eyes, his mind still reeling from the strange pull that took him to this new realm. The prompt echoed in his mind, announcing his arrival in the Valley of Villi, with a title that made his thoughts race. The strongest mother? He muttered to himself, confused. It felt like a name that didn't fit the weight he expected from such a villain. His eyes flickered in disbelief. Where was the terror, the ominous presence? Instead, the name left him questioning its meaning. What did it even signify? As he stood there, the space around him seemed different, alien. And yet, the psychological weight pressed on him with a force he couldn't escape. His arrogance flared, but even he couldn't help but wonder if he'd bitten off more than he could chew this time. The world around him was a place that felt as if it had come from the depths of nightmares. The darkness wasn't the kind that swallowed everything in its path, but one that reflected the faintest light, creating an eerie, shimmering atmosphere. Jagged, alien, crystalline structures stood like twisted sculptures, rising from the ground in chaotic elegance. Some curved, some twisted, their smooth, polished surfaces gleaming like black mirrors. A sharp, biting wind grazed his face, snapping him out of his thoughts, reminding him that this place was unlike anything he had encountered before. He stood still, breathing evenly, taking in his surroundings with a calm awareness, knowing he needed to be cautious. His mind raced with thoughts of what this place could mean, what it could hold. The titles of those in this world spoke volumes, revealing more about someone than a simple name could. Perhaps something twisted like Mother of Curses or Mother of Darkness would make sense for a being of such caliber. This place, and the being that resided here, had a gravity that demanded attention. The world around him seemed like a work of art, too perfect to be real, The structures spread out like branches, but they were too symmetrical, too flawless. They reflected the moon's cold, silver light, casting long, shifting shadows as though the entire scene was aware of itself. The moon, hanging impossibly high, was more than just a celestial body. It was a carefully placed detail in this surreal world. It was haunting, yet beautiful, as if the world had been crafted with deliberate intention. His gaze was drawn to the center, where, as if guided by some unseen force, he saw it, a throne, standing stark in the middle of the frozen landscape. In the dark world around her, she sat on a towering black throne, sculpted with sharp, precise lines that seemed to pulse with power. Silver veins streaked through the material, frozen like lightning. Her form was still perfect, as if she were part of the throne itself, with skin that gleamed softly under the moonlight. Her hair, long and jet black, framed her face like ink flowing in the night, untouched by the chaos of the world. Her dress, if it could even be called that, mirrored the dark majesty of her seat, a silent reflection of her unyielding presence. To anyone who looked, the first thought wasn't fear, it was awe. Raziel, seeing her for the first time, could only think one word: stunning. She sat like death itself, still yet alive, a vision of power wrapped in elegance. She stood there, clad in black, her form-fitting attire exuding regal elegance as it cascaded down like mist, vanishing into the darkness beneath her feet. One leg crossed over the other, poised in an almost unnatural way, as if no gesture could ever be accidental. Her eyes were closed, her head slightly tilted back like a queen in repose or a weapon sheathed in silence. Raziel couldn't look away. There was no overwhelming aura, no immediate pressure, yet the mere sight of her made him feel insignificant. She seemed like someone who needed no words to command respect, someone who was born above him and expected him to understand that unspoken truth. Her face was an expressionless mask, cold as stone, carved from pride itself. And yet, a nagging thought lingered. Why did she look so familiar? His throat tightened. Raziel stood frozen, his heart pounding, eyes wide with disbelief. There, before him, the figure exuded the same chilling aura, not in appearance, but in expression. Cold, controlled, detached. The same look that had once haunted his memories, one that conveyed dominance without uttering a word. It screamed power, an unspoken command that demanded respect, fear, and submission. He swallowed hard, his body stiff, his mind racing for answers. System, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. She's not dead, right? Or maybe just asleep? A nervous chuckle escaped his lips, though it rang hollow. He wasn't truly joking. The tension in the air suffocated him as he questioned if waking her would mean his end. His pride, usually sharp and unyielding, felt small and insignificant in the face of this overwhelming presence. Even it dared not challenge the suffocating weight of the silence. Knowing she was one of the most formidable beings reality had ever known made his blood run cold. And worse, she was a villain too. Someone who might have killed thousands, maybe even millions. Or worse still, what kind of twisted, cruel soul lurked behind her flawless exterior? She's already dead, host, as are all who exist in system space. The moment every villain dies, they come here. She is eternal. Raziel stared, the words hitting him like a cold, unrelenting rain. Eternal? That only made her more terrifying. He blinked, processing the information. I see. He wanted to ask more questions, whether they went insane being trapped here forever, if they remembered their crimes or their deaths, but now wasn't the time. Now wasn't the place. He pushed the question deep into his mind, shoving it into some hidden corner for later. Right now, he stood before a literal monster, the kind of villain people whispered about but dared not speak aloud. Villains were strange, hungry for power and respect, and he needed something from them: skills, training, and power. So he had to behave to play the part. What if she refused him? What if she turned hostile? Or worse, didn't even let him leave? He had to remember why he was here, to convince this villain, to teach him, to give him those overpowered skills. Yeah, that was the plan. But wait, he had no real plan. Great. He had to figure out her personality, find a way to approach her, but there was no sign, no clue to help him out. Nothing. Her title didn't even give him a hint. His only option now was to act with utmost respect. It was clear from everything he'd read, villains craved respect, feed their ego, stroke their pride, and they'd do things just because they could. It was a simple plan. Keep cool, stay polite. Don't mess this up. Because if he came off as rude or foolish, what if she refused to train him? Or worse, became his enemy? Yet, curiosity gnawed at him relentlessly. Raziel couldn't tear his gaze away from the strange, endless landscape around him. The black crystals stretched infinitely in every direction, jagged and alien, their presence overwhelming. There were no edges, no horizon, just a vast, silent world of glass and moonlight that seemed to go on forever. It was as if the very air held its breath, the weight of the silence pressing in on him. Curiosity took over his initial unease, his mind racing with questions. What were these crystals? How far did they extend? Were they everywhere? His eyes searched for something, anything. But the endless stretch of dark formations was all he could see. Just when he thought he might lose himself in the void, something shifted, breaking the stillness. A presence, cold, heavy, icy fingers of pressure curled through the air. And then a voice, low, magnetic, female. It didn't echo but vibrated, resonating through the very bones of the room, pressing into his skin and crawling into his ears. So, I am not hallucinating then? The voice coiled around him like smoke and steel. There's truly another presence in this cursed hell. Raziel stiffened. His blood ran cold. Shit. He spun toward the throne, panic shooting through his chest like a spear. Had she awoken? He froze. She was already awake. There she sat, barely moving, poised like a statue etched in darkness itself. Seated on the ancient throne of glistening dark material, she exuded an aura of chilling authority, her back straight and legs crossed in an almost unnatural composure. Her hands rested on the armrests with a precision that seemed fated. Her eyes, deep and black as voids, locked onto him without a hint of mercy. No gleam, no warmth, just an abyss, pupils so dark they seemed like gateways to some sinister realm, as though something was amiss. Her gaze wasn't hostile. It was far worse. It was intensely curious, almost analytical, peeling away his layers with a single look. She studied him, dissected him, as if unraveling his very being. She didn't blink. And in that instant, Raziel's breath hitched, a wave of oppressive pressure crashing over him. His knees buckled, the weight of her stare pinning him down like an invisible force was compressing his mind, threatening to crush it. His heart hammered in his chest, frantic and wild, as if it desperately wanted to escape, thrashing against his ribs. He couldn't tear his eyes away, even though he desperately wanted to. It felt as though he was staring directly into death itself, or something worse, a force that had long forgotten its humanity, if it ever had it. His mind screamed as his body stood frozen in place. And then, her expression shifted ever so slightly. A small tilt of her head, a faint arch in her dark brows, and then, a smile barely there. Just the corner of her lips twitching upward. It wasn't warmth, it was danger. The kind a predator gives when its prey stumbles into its lair. The kind of smile you'd see just before everything ends. Raziel's heart stuttered. His throat tightened, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Every instinct screamed for him to run, yet his body remained frozen, caught in a struggle between awe and terror. Her voice cut through the room, not a whisper, but a command to the space itself. It resonated, Impossibly. A velvet blade that sliced through the silence. Such fragile strength. Such weak mental walls. And yet, her gaze narrowed, a smile creeping across her face, sharp and calculating. I cannot read his mind. The air grew heavy, as if time itself had stopped. She leaned forward, her black hair flowing like liquid shadow, eyes alight with an unexpected curiosity, no longer anger but a desire to understand. Interesting, she murmured, as though contemplating a puzzle she couldn't quite solve. Her words, though not aimed directly at him, hung in the air with an unsettling clarity, louder than mere thought, more real than any whisper. She could feel the tension pressing against the stone walls, each word a hammer striking the silence. This doesn't add up. He's too weak. His defenses are non-existent. So how is his mind still protected? Slowly, she rose, a fluid motion like a shadow drifting across the wall, her eyes fixed on him without mercy. There has to be someone behind this. Someone strong. Someone guarding him. Her voice barely a whisper, but she made no attempt to hide her thoughts. They poured into the room like storm clouds, heavy and undeniable. Strange. Very strange. Her mind raced, calculating. But even if someone is shielding him, I could still end him in an instant. So why send someone so powerful to protect him? What's the point? She glanced at him once more, a smirk tugging at her lips, her amusement thinly veiled. So useless. Raziel stood trembling, overwhelmed by the suffocating presence of the villain before him. He had always considered himself strong, but now, as he faced the gaze of an SSS-ranked villain, his confidence crumbled. His fists clenched in frustration, unable to stabilize his shaking legs or scattered thoughts. Am I this weak? Is this the power of someone like her? He wondered. His thoughts were interrupted by the system, which nonchalantly assured him that such pressure was normal, a natural effect of facing someone so overwhelmingly strong. Isn't it familiar? The system quipped, reminding him of similar feelings in the past. But this time, the challenge was far greater, and Raziel had no choice but to fight through the crushing weight of his humiliation. The system's voice echoed, reminding Raziel of past moments that stirred anger within him. He clenched his fists, recalling the memories with a mix of frustration and humiliation. I thought those feelings were just me overreacting, he muttered. The system responded, yes, they were. But perhaps you were confused. If you had stayed calm under pressure, you could have spoken up, maybe even defended yourself. With a quiet desperation, Raziel thought to himself, teach me to face her eyes without feeling disgust. The voice replied, your body and mind tremble because deep down you believe you are beneath her. Believe in yourself. Believe in myself? He questioned, still lost. Believe in what? The system's voice grew sharp. Imagine she is nothing more than an ant beneath you, easily crushed. Raziel stood, trembling, feeling the weight of the woman's gaze press down on him like an invisible force. His body was shaking, his knees buckling under the suffocating pressure, his back hunched as if trying to escape the heavy gaze that bore into him. The woman scoffed, unimpressed by his weakness. Can't even stand straight just by being looked at? She muttered, clearly disappointed. With a casual sigh, she released the overwhelming aura she had been unintentionally exerting. It wasn't a grand force, but her near non-existent presence, like a chilling pressure, evaporated, and the air seemed to loosen. The space, as if exhaling in relief, seemed to shift with her. Raziel, free from the suffocating grip, gasped for air, stumbling forward as his lungs finally filled with a breath he had been denied. The pressure that had felt like chains around his body lifted, and for the first time, he could breathe again. Fuck, he muttered, still dazed, as the ghost of that crushing weight lingered in his bones. He exhaled sharply, leaning forward with one hand on his knee, blinking rapidly as if to shake off the fuzziness in his mind. Finally free. That disgusting feeling is gone. His muscles twitched involuntarily, sweat dripping down his face, but the haze in his head was starting to clear. With gritted teeth, he straightened himself up, forcing his body into a more composed stance, but he couldn't afford to lose control. He couldn't let this happen again next time. His pride might cost him everything. Looking back at her slowly, he saw the cold disappointment carved into her face, like an old, faded scar. "So useless," she remarked, her voice flat and uninterested. "You don't even deserve the effort to talk to. I'd rather speak with Obsidian Agony or just sleep." Her tone made it clear just the thought of the infamous entity seemed more appealing than dealing with him. She scoffed, her patience worn thin. She muttered to herself, her voice barely audible as she spoke. "I thought for a moment, just for a moment. Maybe, just maybe." She sighed, her words trailing off. Another human. After trillions of years, this is what I get? Pathetic. Her words hung in the air, heavy with disappointment. She seemed used to speaking her thoughts out loud, whether or not anyone was around to listen. His thoughts stirred as he watched her. Obsidian Agony? What the hell is that? A pet? A creature? Definitely not human if she's calling me fellow human. He glanced back at her, his curiosity growing. And did she just say trillions of years old? What kind of monster lives that long? He swallowed, staying silent, the weight of the conversation lingering, though he hadn't spoken a word. The sting of every word hit him, but his expression remained unchanged. If anything, he stood taller, unshaken. He'd endured worse, seen worse. His skin was tougher than the walls of any empire. He didn't flinch, not because the words didn't hurt, but because there was simply nothing he could do. So, he shrugged it off. No response. He just watched her in silence. Her eyebrow arched, curious about his quiet defiance. After a moment, she spoke, her voice sharp like glass, soft yet piercing. "I'll give you one question, one answer. Be honest, like a good boy." Her gaze narrowed into slits. "If you lie," her voice dropped to a whisper. "You die," she said flatly. There was a brief silence, as if the words hung in the air. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sharp, studying him. "Although, you don't seem afraid of death. That's strange." Her eyes traced the smallest shifts in his expression, every twitch of his brow, the tightness in his jaw, the faint quiver in his eye. "You were trembling earlier, weren't you? Shaking because you couldn't even bear to look at me," she continued, as if diagnosing a patient. "But that wasn't fear of death. It was shame, anger, powerlessness." She leaned in a little closer, her voice lowering, a hint of curiosity mingling with her disdain. "I didn't feel that usual edge, that survival instinct, that terror. You're uncertain, sure, but you weren't afraid of dying." "Not really." Raziel's thoughts spiraled in a storm of confusion and disbelief. A strange creature, perhaps a human, perhaps not, had caught his attention, and now her words echoed in his mind. "Weird little creature," she had muttered to herself. But that wasn't what rattled him. It was her puzzling thoughts about pride and dignity. Was she really suggesting that humans these days were obsessed with things they never truly had? Her words felt like a bitter observation, the kind of judgment that stung with the truth of weakness. In her eyes, the shame of a child was merely a misunderstanding of growth. She didn't seem to understand the complexity of the situation. Meanwhile, Raziel couldn't stop himself from overthinking. Her odd words, was she even aware of what she'd said? Did she truly know what good boy meant anymore? His mind raced, filled with useless thoughts. What a waste, he thought. He had to focus. The question she had posed was serious, and any slip-up on his part might turn him to ash. Worse still, the system would just send another poor soul to take his place. Raziel's mind was flooded with a familiar, overly dramatic voice that was all too eager to comment on his situation. "Yes, host, you are extremely lucky. This villain is what I'd call the calm and collected type. I was hoping for you to experience some torture on your first trip to the Valley of Villains, but alas, sigh. Raziel nearly choked. Shut the fuck up! He screamed at his head. His patience snapped. Do something useful for once instead of giving me useless play-by-play commentary. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to think. He needed to choose his words carefully. Why was he here? What was the real reason? Just as he was contemplating, his lips betrayed him, moving on their own. He froze. His voice had already given the answer. The atmosphere froze. Time seemed to come to a halt for just a moment. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Raziel's eyes widened in shock. What was this? The system. It betrayed him. The realization crashed over him like a wave. His body was still his, but the words that were leaving his mouth, not his at all. He felt trapped by the very thing he loathed. The woman in front of him simply stared, her face unreadable. Then, a dry, icy chuckle escaped her lips. Raziel couldn't help but laugh, his amusement barely contained. An ideal villain? What even is that supposed to be? He scoffed. The sound of his laughter echoed, filling the air like a strange silence, the world itself pausing for a rare human moment from him. It wasn't an act. She could see it in his face. He truly found it absurd. What a weirdo. If I were his mother, I'd be utterly embarrassed, she mused, the laughter continuing to spill out. It wasn't her first time encountering crazed individuals, maniacs, zealots, and those driven by a thirst for power. But this was something entirely new. Meanwhile, Raziel stood motionless, a breeze brushing past him. Yet it felt as though the wind itself was trying to carry his mortified soul away. That was so cringy-y, he thought, each word pulling him deeper into humiliation. Why is this happening? The tension in the air was palpable. It was almost unbearable, but Raziel's face remained an impassive mask, betraying no hint of the agony beneath. His posture, unmoving, was the epitome of pride and composure, like a flawless poker face. As time dragged on, the woman in front of him wiped a tear away, her amusement slipping into her voice as she barely contained a laugh. Very good. Truly, she said, more entertained than she had been in ages. Alone for so long, she couldn't help but wonder if she'd been laughing at the most absurd of things. Shaking her head with a smirk, she leaned forward, elbows resting on her throne's armrest. Her gaze sparkled with playful curiosity as she asked, I didn't quite catch that. Repeat yourself, kid. It was clear she was enjoying this, savoring the moment, eager for more. But this time, Raziel did not hesitate. His cursed system remained silent, but he was determined to push forward, unshaken. He clenched his fists, drawing a deep breath, and locked eyes with her. I want you to make me strong. Teach me. His voice was calm, his gaze unwavering. If I die, I die. This is already embarrassing enough. Let's not drag it out. She blinked, her brief amusement vanishing like mist. Teach you? Make you strong? She muttered, slumping back on her throne, disappointment flooding her face. Her voice turned cold and flat, again with these boring things. Her eyes slowly slid toward him, already bored and disinterested. Do you even know who you're talking to, kid? She asked, not expecting an answer, but because she wanted him to do the usual grovel, beg, praise her like some divine entity. Same old tired routine. You're the greatest, the strongest. Raziel Vireland, the once prominent heir of a powerful family now exiled and despised, stood frozen in the face of a mystery far beyond his calculated manipulations. He'd heard endless boasting before, empty words from countless rivals. But this time, it was different. Silence thickened around him, and despite the chaos inside, Raziel couldn't escape the growing unease. Desperate for answers, he reached out to the system, demanding to know who she was, what she represented, any hint of her power. But the response was chillingly insufficient. There was nothing, no record, no title, only the one he'd already known. His mind raced in panic. How could this be? What does this mean? His gaze slowly lifted to meet hers, but an uneasy question lingered in his thoughts. Would admitting he had no clue who she was be a mistake? He couldn't afford to provoke her, not when every moment felt like the edge of a knife. Her title, Strongest Mother, might sound kind or even gentle, but don't be fooled. She's a villain through and through. If she wanted, she'd wipe him out with a flick of her finger. Sitting there, legs crossed and elbow propped up, she looked every bit like a queen toying with a mere jester. The question she posed wasn't genuine. It was just a reminder of his place. But when she saw the hesitation on his face, her amusement vanished and her eyes narrowed. "You don't know me?" she whispered, her voice rising, each word filled with growing fury. Me? Her roar shook the very chamber, and with that, her fury crashed over him. "And you have the audacity to come here and ask me to teach you?" "Hugh?" Raziel blinked. "Ding!" The system's voice echoed in his mind. "Host, you have died!" Once a noble heir, Raziel now lived in exile, despised by all in the empire of Aetherion. Having been reborn into the world of a novel he once read, he knew his fate, the villain destined to fall to the protagonist. But fate had cursed him with a system that granted no combat power, only arrogance, manipulation, and the ability to plan meticulously. His first trial on Arkenvale Academy seemed like the perfect stage for his survival, where he survived a public execution attempt using his knowledge of politics and rules. Soon, he found himself in the graveyard of Forgotten Stone, a place rumored to hold nothing of value until the system revealed its core feature, the Valley of Villi, where legendary villains from countless worlds resided. With infinite mana and revives at his disposal, Raziel eagerly sought to challenge the strongest of these villains. His first attempt, an EX rank villain, ended in disaster, as he was killed hundreds of times by mere presence alone. Undeterred, he sought out an SSS rank villain known as the Strongest Mother. Here, his survival relied on his ability to persuade her to train him without provoking her wrath. Faced with her disdain and overwhelming power, Raziel's struggle for survival had only just begun. The woman froze, her hand lightly pressing against her forehead. "Oh no, I didn't just," she muttered under her breath, her gaze fixed on the boy's body as it crumbled into ash, his essence dissipating into the still air like dust in the breeze. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips. "I didn't mean to." She looked down with a hint of regret, realizing what had just happened. She hadn't wanted to kill him. Not really. It was just that she got a little too emotional. Her eyes had narrowed without thinking, and apparently that was all it took. "How can someone be this fragile?" she murmured, rubbing her temple in irritation. She had been alone for far too long, and when a living soul finally appeared, it vanished in an instant. Raziel froze mid-breath, his eyebrow twitching uncontrollably. "What the hell? I'm pouring my heart into this speech, and she calls it boring? I'm doing it right, no lies. I even stripped it clean for her. She'll catch anything else." Despite the storm brewing inside him, he remained calm outwardly, his lips only hinting at the rage boiling beneath. "Let me introduce myself then," she said, a mischievous smirk curling on her lips as she rested her cheek on her hand. Raziel straightened his posture, his eyes narrowing as a glimmer of hope flickered. Finally, something's moving. His gaze locked onto her, calculating, eager to uncover the monster behind her calm exterior. This was the moment he'd learn her true nature, how to gain the upper hand, and most importantly, how to use her. Knowledge was power. She studied him intently, her gaze sharp, focused, as though calculating every detail. Not an illusion, not a clone, not some trick of time, no trace of any magic. She muttered to herself, sounding more like a scientist running through a mental checklist than a person. The body is real. Same soul. Exact presence. The conclusion came as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He revived. No shock, no surprise, no hesitation. Just a cold, precise observation. The calm of someone far too familiar with the extraordinary. It was pure analysis. A chilling curiosity devoid of emotion. Raziel, now with a strange new confidence, finally accepts that death is no longer a threat. His survival against the powerful enemy left him shaken. But the knowledge that revival is instant means there's no pressure, no shame anymore. But his rebirth comes with a cost. The woman, amused, watches him die once more, testing his limits. Her curiosity grows. "So, you really can revive," she says. Her intrigue clearly sparked as Raziel stands in stunned silence, left to wonder why it all happened again. Her gaze was sharp as she observed him again, a sense of calculation behind her words. "I assume you died before coming here, just like me?" She tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Though, I've never tried dying here, but considering I haven't aged in eons, I suppose it's impossible." Each word she spoke was deliberate, precise, almost too accurate. "If you didn't die in the real world, then it must be this strange place that makes you immortal. A sealed world. That would explain it." Raziel's mind raced. Did she just read my thoughts? He panicked, his eyes twitching in confusion. Or did she just guess all of that? How did she come so close to the truth in just a few seconds? He had no idea how she could be so accurate, not even considering the possibility that he might possess an artifact or divine item. She effortlessly skipped all the fluff, diving straight into what mattered. "You didn't read my mind, host," she said, her tone laced with a cool, precise authority. "This information is locked away. Your deductions? They're based on reading your micro-expressions and logic. Not everyone can do that, especially not someone with SSS rank villain skills. Her observational abilities? Unmatched." Raziel froze, the weight of her words sinking in. "She's a monster," he muttered, fear creeping into his voice. "How is this even fair?" His thoughts were cut short as her voice broke through again, smooth and unyielding. "Let me guess," she said, chin resting on her hand, her gaze piercing through him. "You could slip between worlds, right? You came here to grow stronger because here, you can't die. No risks, just training and growth." She flashed a faint smirk. "And if you can convince me, you walk away with power, skills, and experience." Raziel stood frozen, his every thought laid bare under her gaze. She read him like an open book, a silent horror creeping through his mind. "That's it, I see." Her voice broke the stillness, sending a chill down his spine. "She's reading my soul," Raziel thought, his insides twisting. "She's dissecting me without even lifting a finger." Her sudden question snapped him back to reality. "You really don't know who I am?" she asked, her voice laced with something darker, almost predatory. Raziel stumbled over his words, his panic growing. "And no, I know your title. It's not like I don't know anything, ma'am." He rushed to add, as if that would shield him from her scrutiny. Her laughter, low and amused, only made his discomfort worse. "Title?" she echoed, her fingers tapping her lips thoughtfully. I do have many, but if you know me, then you must know the greatest one." Her eyes, sharp and intense, locked onto his. "So what is it?" she asked, a dangerous curiosity flickering in the depths of her gaze. The title that endured through the ages, even after trillions of years, was none other than the strongest mother. Raziel, heart pounding, took a deep breath. "It's the strongest mother." And just like that, the system chimed in. "Host, you have died again." The armrest of her throne splintered under her grip, and her eyes, now pitch black and fathomless, burned with rage. "You dare," she thundered. "You dare mock me, kid!" Raziel, freshly revived, blinked in confusion. What the hell just happened? His voice was flat, more bewildered than afraid. System, seriously, what's wrong with her? Does she have some kind of divine personality disorder or what? Raziel's frustration was palpable as he clenched his fists, holding back the urge to lash out. It's on its bullshit again, he muttered under his breath, seething with anger. He swore to himself that one day he'd land a punch on the system that kept messing with him. But even as he fumed, her words rang out in his mind, sharp and cutting like a blade. Did I say something wrong? Was that title incorrect? Panic crept up his spine, cold and unsettling. He realized the truth. This damn system had likely fed him lies just to mess with him. His gaze shifted, landing on her, seated on her throne, one armrest now crushed beneath her grip. She had done that, with nothing but her bare hand. He swallowed hard, unease crawling over him. And here I thought she might just be some magician, he thought, eyeing the throne as if it held all the answers. Raziel's gaze fixed on the strange object before him, his thoughts racing. The stone was no ordinary rock, more like a shard of divine marble or an artifact of incomprehensible power. Yet there she was, crushing it effortlessly like clay. His mind recoiled, unable to reconcile what his eyes were telling him with what he understood about strength. She didn't seem physically imposing. But then again, looks could be deceiving. Raziel's instincts screamed for him to act quickly. Straightening his back, he took a moment to compose himself. He wasn't like the others, those who would grovel or beg for mercy. He wasn't some dog at her feet, calm, controlled. He met her eyes. I apologize if I offended you, ma'am. Please understand, I didn't realize that title was disrespectful. Every word was measured, precise, free from lies or half-truths. But he knew, deep down, she could see right through him. Raziel stood there, acknowledging the weight of his ignorance. His realization hit him like a cold truth. He had walked into the situation blind, without any knowledge. It was my own ignorance, nothing more, he admitted, his gaze lowering in a sign of sincerity. Not a bow, but an honest gesture. So please accept my apology. The woman in front of him remained silent, her expression unreadable, cold, and unmoving. Her eyes scanned his face, and for a brief moment, something shifted. Her gaze softened ever so slightly as she saw the truth in his words. I see, she murmured. Then, without warning, Raziel heard the chilling voice echo in his mind. Host, you have died again. What? Raziel's voice rang in his head as his body reformed once more. Confusion swirled in his mind. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Didn't I just apologize? Raziel's anger seethed under the surface as he struggled to maintain control. Is she seriously just playing with my life? He muttered, frustration evident in his voice. It was like being a mere pawn in her game, a toy in her twisted playground. His mind raced as he grappled with the unpredictable chaos of dealing with a villain who seemed utterly insane. He couldn't help but wonder if all high-rank villains were this unhinged, completely beyond reason. But he knew better than to show his frustration. There was no time for self-pity. Dying here was strange, no pain, just an eerie detachment, as if he were trying to remember a dream that vanished the moment he woke up. It was unsettling, yes, but manageable. Stepping forward, he steeled himself, trying to calm the volatile situation. Ma'am, I think it would be best if we properly introduced ourselves, he said, attempting to break the tension. From her throne, she looked down at him with a newfound boredom, her gaze as cold and disinterested as ever. Raziel found himself caught in a whirlwind of unpredictable emotions. One moment, she was consumed by rage, and the next, she was completely indifferent. It was enough to make anyone tremble. Despite the shifting pressure, he pressed on. Let me start, he said, his voice steady, trying to maintain his composure. I'm Raziel, 16 years old, and I'm Very good at. His words flowed with sincerity, the energy of his effort behind each one. He wasn't lying or exaggerating, just offering the best version of himself, hoping for some respect in return. But as he spoke, her disinterested yawn interrupted him, her delicate hand covering her mouth. All right, that's enough, she said, brushing him off with an ease that left him in a state of uneasy silence. Raziel paused mid-breath, his eyebrow twitching uncontrollably. What the hell? He thought, seething inwardly. I'm putting everything into this speech, and she calls it boring? I'm doing everything right, even stripped it clean of lies because I know she'll catch them. Yet, externally, he kept his cool, only the faintest twitch of his mouth betraying his frustration. Let me introduce myself then, she said, her smirk returning as she rested her cheek on her hand. Raziel straightened, adjusting his posture subtly. Finally. Something's happening, he thought, eyes narrowing as he focused on her. She seemed less murderous now, at least. This could be the moment he'd been waiting for, the moment he would finally understand what kind of monster she truly was, what made her tick, how to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Knowledge. Power. Raziel had his eyes set on a skill or two, all within his reach if he just played his cards right. But then, everything came to a halt. She went completely silent. No expression. No breath. Just motionless. Seconds passed. Then more. And more. Raziel blinked in confusion. Did she freeze? He wondered. Still nothing. Did her system crash? Does she need a reboot? The silence stretched on, growing more uncomfortable with every second. He didn't dare move though, thinking that maybe standing still like a respectful statue was the right thing to do. But this was getting ridiculous, he whispered, barely moving. Hey system, she didn't fall asleep with her eyes open, right? The voice of the system answered. She is thinking, host. His confusion deepened. Huh? Thinking about what? Wait, don't tell me did she find some loophole? Is she trying to guess some absurd nonsense that somehow ends up being right? The system responded, No, host. She's contemplating very deeply. Impatient now, he snapped. Hurry up! Why are you pausing halfway through? The system answered. She's contemplating how to introduce herself. Silence hung thick in the air. His disbelief cut through it. What? Raziel blinked, his disbelief almost palpable. You're telling me that someone who can practically read my mind and guess exactly how I'm coming back to life can't even remember how to introduce herself? He scoffed. The system responded with a pause, offering an explanation. When someone reaches a certain level, introductions become obsolete. The world already knows them, and after that, saying your name feels strange. She probably hasn't had to introduce herself in tens of thousands of years. Raziel wasn't convinced. Bullshit, he muttered under his breath. Someone with that sharp of a mind, capable of predicting my revival, and she's out here struggling to remember her name? Not buying it. Raziel observed her with careful caution, the silence heavy between them. She remained still, her eyes locked on nothing, her thoughts hidden behind an inscrutable facade. Then, suddenly, her lips parted, breaking the stillness with a sharpness that pierced the air. To introduce myself? Her voice sliced through the silence, cold and unyielding. A strange, unsettling smile twisted at the corner of her lips, a smile that seemed to belong to someone who had long lost touch with sanity. Let me begin, she continued, her tone chilling. I am the mother who tried to kill her own newborn daughter by my own hands. A pause hung in the air, thick with tension. Then her smile widened, an icy grin that seemed to freeze the very soul. But I failed. Raziel, standing rigidly, had expected some grand proclamation, some awe-inspiring revelation. But the words hit him like a blow, far more crushing than any blade or magic strike could have been. His breath caught in his chest as if the very air had been stolen from him. His soul trembled. What kind of introduction was this? His thoughts reeled. No one introduces themselves like this. This wasn't villainous. It was beyond monstrous. His stomach twisted, and a chill ran up his spine as the image formed in his mind. A barely breathing baby, helpless, with a mother, her own mother, trying to... He couldn't even finish the thought. Is this what I have to become, system? Is this the kind of monster I'm supposed to emulate to be a villain? If it is, then I'd rather not. I don't care what this place is or how powerful she is. Get me out. Now. She disgusts me. His voice echoed within the void of his mind, cold and firm. Hear her out fully, host. She must have had her reasons. No one does anything without one. Raziel stood there, his gaze unwavering as the words echoed in his mind. Every action, no matter how dark, has a cause, even the smallest moments. But he couldn't bring himself to accept this notion, not after what she just said. He shook his head, his voice steady but filled with disgust. No reason could justify the venom she spewed. He didn't care what she was, whether divine or demonic, her presence repelled him, and he would rather walk away than learn anything from her. But she was unyielding, coldly insisting that understanding would come only if he stopped acting like a child. No one was born evil, not even villains. He clenched his fists, clenching his jaw so tightly it ached. Then explain it, he growled, his voice low, a storm barely contained. Explain how mercy becomes cruelty, how love twists into betrayal. If there's a reason, any reason, then say it now. Because to me, it looks like choice. It looks like enjoyment. She woke up to a world that felt strange. For 4 days, she was lost to exhaustion. When her eyes finally opened, her husband was gone, and so was the home she had known. The caretaker informed her that she had given birth to a daughter, but her husband and his family had no use for a girl. They told her to clean up the mess and return as if nothing had happened. Even her own mother insisted she do the same. Weakened and fragile, she still went. She saw her daughter for the first time and held her in her arms. Time stood still, and she couldn't remember how long she stayed there, just standing, as a cold, heavy image lingered in her mind. The air turned cold, almost as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The words she spoke painted a scene he had never lived. Yet he could almost feel it, biting winds, fragile limbs, and a child unwanted from the start. His chest tightened as the weight of the emotion seeped in, tangled, ugly, and undeniably real. She spoke with a calm that felt wrong, like the calm before an explosion. I couldn't do it, she confessed, her voice steady, too steady. I couldn't kill her with my own hands. Her expression was an empty mask, only the silence between them speaking louder than any words could. It was a silence that had lived inside her for years, never fading, always there, a reminder of something never forgotten. So I took her outside, she continued, her voice softer now. It was winter. The frost had settled in, cold enough to freeze even thoughts. No one was home. They had all left, maybe thinking I would do what they couldn't say aloud. That night, I left my daughter out in the cold. The final words hung in the air, thick with a chilling weight. Raziel sat there, numb to the freezing cold, staring at the doorstep where she lay, vulnerable in the snow. He could only wait, unable to move, hoping she'd succumb to the bitter frost. Somehow, he dozed off in that unnatural stillness, the chilling silence wrapping around him. When morning came, fear gripped him. He dreaded what he'd find outside, terrified of the consequences of his inaction. Her voice, unwavering, held no sign of the turmoil he expected. And yet, when he stepped outside, she was still there, standing before him as if nothing had happened. Lying in the snow, unconscious, half buried in frost, yet still breathing, she was a sight that pierced the soul. Her skin, blue from head to toe, told a chilling tale of death's grip, but she was alive. Raziel turned away, his face tightening, struggling to push the horrifying image out of his mind. A baby, frozen, dying but somehow still holding on to life. The weight of failure crashed over him as he whispered, "I failed." Her voice, tinged with raw emotion, cut through the silence. "I failed to kill my daughter." The words hung in the air, heavy with regret, but then a subtle shift. Her tone softened, not with gentleness, but with resolve. "But then, I thought, if my daughter could fight death for an entire night, why couldn't I fight for her? Just once?" She wondered aloud, her voice betraying a flicker of regret. Why was I so desperate to give up? Why was returning to that family more important than my own child? Her eyes grew distant as she pondered. What was I thinking back then? And then, without warning, she stood up, her posture casual, as if speaking of something trivial. "So I killed them all," she said flatly. "My husband, my mother, my in-laws, everyone who told me to kill her." In that moment, Raziel's mind was torn apart, like a bone snapping. The pity he had started to feel shattered into a confusing mess. What was this? Just moments ago, he was teetering on the edge of understanding her, a shift from disgust to pity? Sympathy? Damn it, how did it happen so suddenly? Am I seriously losing control? She had tried to kill her daughter. That fact remained unchanged. Raziel couldn't deny the feeling stirring inside him, though he knew he shouldn't feel this way. Still, what choice did she have back then? The thought lingered, subtle but persistent. Did that make him corrupt too? His fist tightened, his chest tightening with unease. He couldn't make sense of it, but he stayed silent, listening as her story continued. "I began raising my daughter," she said, her voice calm yet steady. "In the middle of her growing up, I needed financial support. I decided to open a shop in the city with the last bit of money I had saved for my family." A quiet pride echoed in her words, despite their flat tone. "But then, some people came. Holy ones! They told me I couldn't open a shop because there was a statue of their god next to it." Raziel exhaled slowly, shaking his head. "Poor woman," he muttered under his breath, already recognizing the all-too-familiar trope. "I know this routine too well. The holy crap in novels always signals someone's about to suffer." He could already predict the story unfolding, being forced to shut everything down, left with nothing but misery, all while claiming some holy cause. How original, he sighed, already bored with her tragic fate. But then she spoke. "So," she said, blinking slowly. "The next day, I moved their statue to the outskirts." Raziel froze, eyes wide. A beat passed. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle, forcing a hand to his face. Gods, what was I expecting? She wasn't the protagonist, she was the villain. Of course, she'd do that. Still, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Those pompous holy knights must have been seething. "So they called me a witch," she shrugged, continuing, "and said they'd exorcise me. So, I killed them too." And just like that, the story of her chaos unfolded, as ruthless as it was relentless. She spoke as though recounting an ordinary event, not drama, not tragedy, just a continuation. Over time, these small things kept happening. Then, one day, an emperor's son tried to touch my daughter. She paused, almost nonchalant. "So, I killed him too." Raziel blinked slowly, trying to process what he just heard. "Wait, what?" That escalated quickly. "Well, it was just boring stuff. They came, I fought, I killed. Never lost, not once," she said, the words devoid of pride, almost flat. And then I thought. Zara Raverin stood before Raziel, her gaze cold, her tone a sharp contrast to the violence in her words. "Why not help women with the same fate as mine? Let them get their own justice." So I taught them too, how to get stronger. She let her words sink in before adding with chilling calm, "I've destroyed daughters, sons, grandsons, grandparents, whoever stood in my way. Her voice was steady, almost like a matter-of-fact observation. In my lifetime, I have killed trillions of people. With those final words, she met Razel's eyes, as if daring him to react. And my name is Zara Ravarirn. She paused. That's all about me. Full introduction. Her silence followed, thick with the weight of her confession. Raziel, stunned and speechless, stood frozen, his mind scrambling to process the enormity of her revelation. How could anyone go through hell and come out not just surviving, but thriving with the weight of such power? His words echoed in the stagnant air, weighted with desperation. For once, he wasn't twisting his words or playing games of nobility or mystery. There was no time left for pointless formalities. He needed to grow stronger now. The outside world awaited, where the only way to gather elemental cores was by hunting true monsters. If he failed in this, failure would be his end. And that was unacceptable. She hadn't shared much about herself, so he remained silent as well, her indifference mirroring his own. Yet, even in her indirect way, she had changed the way he saw things, even if only by the faintest of shifts. Philosophy meant little to him, but there was no denying it. Things had changed. Raziel's words hung in the stale air, heavy with meaning. For once, he wasn't hiding behind cryptic phrases or pretending to be noble. He had no time left for games. He needed to grow stronger now. There was still so much to do, still a world to conquer, full of true monsters and their elusive elemental cores. Failure wasn't an option. His gaze shifted towards Zara, who had given little away about herself, and he mirrored her indifference. Yet, despite her cryptic ways, she had altered his perception, however subtly. Even though philosophy meant little to him, something about her had sparked a shift, no matter how small. Without power, a philosopher is no different from a fool lost in his own noise. Strength is truth. All else is just noise. The woman tilted her head, finally catching the weight of his words. Oh, that? Number I don't have anything to teach you, she said flatly, a smile on her face that was more venom than warmth. You don't look like teaching material. Her voice coiled around the words like a lazy blade. And more than that, she leaned in, eyes narrowing. I didn't see even a sliver of true respect in your gaze. Raziel blinked slowly. You wanted to walk away before even listening to me fully, didn't you? Her words struck sharp, mocking, cold. That's not the behavior of someone talented, not someone worth investing in. And then, just like that, nope, final, absolute. Silence descended, thick and oppressive, like a blanket over the room. This woman, Raziel thought, his jaw tightening, his eyes flickering with irritation. If she'd meant to say no from the start, why drag it out with all the theatrics? Why waste his time with her cryptic, drawn-out speech? He could have been elsewhere by now, securing allies or extracting secrets from some other villain. Instead, he was stuck here, fuming, wishing nothing more than to curse her. His hand twitched, as if the urge to strike out were so strong it could shatter the stillness. But then, just as the impulse surged, her expression shifted. It was subtle at first, like a glitch. Then her face twisted into a cruel, predatory grin. Something wicked had sparked in her mind. Wait, wouldn't he make the perfect experiment? She thought, her eyes glowing with manic excitement as her pupils dilated and a dark plan began to form. The grin on her face wasn't just unsettling, it was the kind of smile a villain wears before they tear someone's life apart. Twisted, sadistic, inevitable. What could I even do to you? She asked, her smirk never faltering. You can't die here, right? You just revive over and over. So, what's there to be afraid of? Raziel clenched his jaw. She wasn't wrong. And trust me, she continued, her voice a smooth yet sharp whisper. If it works out, it'll benefit you immensely. Raziel's eyes darkened. What do you mean if it works out? He questioned. You're not planning to use me for some twisted experiment and call it teaching, are you? He stepped back, not out of fear, but a wary respect for the danger she posed. That smile on her face wasn't just unsettling. It was the kind of grin a villain wears right before they tear someone's world apart. Twisted, sadistic, inevitable. What could I even do to you? She shrugged, the smirk never leaving her face. You can't die here, right? You just come back to life over and over. So why the fear? Raziel clenched his jaw. She wasn't wrong. And believe me, she added, her voice as smooth as silk but sharp as a blade. If it works out, it'll be very advantageous for you. His gaze darkened. What do you mean, if it works out? You're not planning on running some experiment on me and calling it training, are you? He asked, stepping back, not in fear, but with wary respect. Raziel's eyes darted into the endless void, his mind reaching out. System, what is she planning? He demanded. I have no idea, host. This entity's behavior falls outside all recorded functions. The system responded. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Useless. But then he paused, mulling it over. Even if she experimented on him, what could really go wrong? It's not like he'd die. Not for good, at least. And even if he did, so what? What mattered was power. Right now, he was weak, laughably weak. At the lowest point in every important category. No skills, no techniques, no resources. Raziel had made up his mind. Whatever it took, he'd face it head on. Pain? Suffering? If it was the price to unlock the knowledge of an SSS ranked villain, so be it. But just as his resolve settled, a voice sliced through his thoughts. How about this? She said, a mischievous tone threading through her words. Let me show you something. Break this, and I'll teach you my strongest technique. With a snap of her fingers, she smirked. But if you fail, you'll face the experiment. Her grin widened, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a game. For you, it's a win either way. For me, it'll be fun. Her eyes gleamed, the look of a predator watching its prey, and Raziel felt a lump form in his throat. Raziel stood firm, resolving that whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them head on. Pain? Suffering? If it was the price to unlock the knowledge of an SSS-ranked villain, then he would pay it. Just as this resolve settled within him, her voice pierced through the air, filled with a mischievous undertone. How about this? She said, her words sharp and playful. Let me show you something. If you can break it. She snapped her fingers. I'll teach you my strongest, ultimate technique. Raziel froze. But her smile only deepened as she added, but if you fail, her grin widened. You'll go through the experiment instead. Her tone was casual, almost as if she were talking about a simple game, as if she were toying with something she knew would break. For you, it's a win either way, she continued, her eyes glinting like a predator eyeing a prey that couldn't escape. And for me, it'll just be a bit of fun. Raziel's throat tightened as he faced the chilling choice before him. He took a deep breath, eyes narrowing with intense focus. Wasn't this the ultimate key to his success? With his dark genius and cursed affinity, he could become unstoppable. A villain, the kind of force that could crush anyone in his path. No matter how tough it was to learn, he would master it. His true challenge wasn't his talent, it was the lack of skills and powers he could access. He'd been stuck in a desert of mediocrity, starving for more power. But this could change everything. He could feel his heart race. Will you really? The question trembled in the air as he fought to keep his voice steady, but greed had already taken root in his expression. His eyes burned with an insatiable hunger, his lips twitching under the weight of 1,000 thoughts. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, and with a swift motion, He wiped it away. The face of that smug protagonist flashed before his eyes. Aaron, that righteous fool. If Raziel had that ability, he'd wipe the floor with them all. The women too. Maybe then they'd see how wrong they were about him. No, forget them. He didn't care. Shameless? Maybe. But who would ever know? And even if they did, who cares? The system's voice buzzed in his mind, trying to lecture him on manners, acting like some half-baked etiquette coach. Raziel ignored it completely. I promise. Of course I do, he said with a slight nod, his tone casual, almost too much so. But then her expression darkened, her eyes turning sharp and cold. I want more than words, she replied. I want you to swear on this space itself that no matter what happens, you won't leave this dimension until my experiment is complete. You will not back out. Her tone shifted abruptly, seriousness replacing the playful air from before. Her gaze now held a silent authority, one that seemed to dismiss Raziel as little more than an amusing distraction, her eyes flickering with disdain, as if he was beneath her. Raziel, inwardly clicking his tongue, couldn't help but feel insulted. He held his tongue, though, keeping his irritation in check. He coughed softly, then straightened his posture, deciding to proceed cautiously. I'll see. Show me what I'm supposed to break, he said, narrowing his eyes. He wondered if she might ask him to break something as ridiculous as a mountain. With a sweet tone, she agreed, snapping her fingers. In an instant, a strange movement caught his attention. A black stone near his foot, previously unnoticed, began to shift, its form twisting unnaturally as it seemed to liquefy. It bubbled like tar, but gleamed like polished obsidian, rising through the air as if it were alive, stopping just before his face. Raziel was taken aback. What was this? Break something I can't even see? And she thinks I'll believe she'll give me her ultimate technique just like that? He thought, his gaze never leaving her. His voice, now firm and cold, pierced the air. Are you sure? Of course, kid, she replied, casting him a sideways glance. But don't forget what you promised. You agree, and I'll give you my technique if you succeed. If not, then you'll experiment on me, Raziel finished dryly. The weight of it hit him instantly. This was no simple test. It was a trap, an insidious challenge laced with cruelty. A joke only villains would laugh at. But despite the warning sign screaming in his head, he found himself nodding. He didn't care anymore. Suspicion? It didn't matter. The gamble had already been made. Raziel squinted, his gaze narrowing as he examined the space between the two poles. At first, he saw nothing. But then, as his focus sharpened, he caught it a single, impossibly thin black thread stretched taut between them. It was so fine, so nearly invisible, it seemed like a trick of the light. You mean this? He asked, pointing at the fragile line. This thread? She smiled, nodding. Yes, break it, and I'll keep my word. Raziel exhaled slowly, already sensing something was off. To make it easier for you, she teased, her voice light. How about I make it 1,000 times thinner? Raziel stood, eyes locked on the metallic thread, but before he could protest, it began to shimmer and rapidly thin. The thread dissolved right in front of him, vanishing into thin air. He was left in darkness, unable to see a thing. System! He growled inwardly, frustration bubbling up. Is she messing with me? The system responded, calm and certain. I do not believe so, host. People of her caliber have no reason to bluff, especially not with someone like you. That last part stung, and Raziel couldn't help but twitch, but he held his tongue. She hadn't moved, remaining still, waiting. Is this even possible? What kind of game is this? He thought, his mind racing. Raziel stood firm, his voice resolute as he muttered a promise. The moment the words escaped his lips, a sinister, knowing grin stretched across Zara's face. It wasn't just any grin, it was the kind only a seasoned villain could pull off, one that oozed danger, satisfaction, and a touch of mockery, like watching a fly walk right into the spider's web. But Raziel didn't falter. Why had he said it so quickly, without a second thought? The answer was clear. The ultimate technique of an SSS-ranked villain was a temptation too great to resist. He reasoned with himself. If he won, he'd get the technique. If he lost, she'd still get some use out of him with her experiment. Either way, it was a win-win situation. He had been leaning toward agreeing ever since she first proposed the challenge. Now, faced with the challenge, it was a matter of proving his worth or facing the consequences of failure. The thread of fate was already set, and Raziel had no choice but to follow it to the end. Raziel stood resolute. He had made a promise, and there was no turning back. The challenge Zara Ravarern laid before him was one he could not refuse. After all, the ultimate technique of an SSS-ranked villain was far too tempting. As the words left his mouth, a wicked grin appeared on Zara's face. It was the kind of smile only a seasoned villain could wear, dangerous, knowing, and laced with a condescending satisfaction, as though she already saw his fate sealed. Why had he agreed so easily? It was simple. If he succeeded, the technique was his. If he failed, the experiment she promised would still benefit him in some way. Either way, it seemed like a win. The stakes were high, but Raziel was already leaning toward accepting when she first proposed the challenge. But as he stood there, facing the thread so thin, so delicate, yet so impossible to break, he wondered if he had truly understood the magnitude of the test that awaited him. Raziel couldn't help but smirk as he surveyed the situation. It all seemed so easy, almost laughable. Sure, there was a hint of suspicion, but villains had a way of tripping themselves up, right? Their arrogance often made them their own undoing. Maybe this one would be no different, he mused. A hair-thin thread? Please. That was nothing. It was 1,000 times thinner than anything he had ever dealt with. A piece of cake. And as for that promise, he didn't take it seriously. After all, this was a space controlled by the system, and he was its host. Who cared about promises in a place like this? If things went south, he could always bail. That thought gave him the confidence he needed, the feeling of invincibility. But then, a system notification hit him like a punch to the gut. Host has made a binding verbal contract with SSS rank Villain Zara Ravarern under the authority of the system. The spatial domain acknowledges this promise. Should either party attempt to violate it, the system will intervene to enforce compliance. Raziel's smirk faded, his eyes wide with realization. His face dropped. His heart skipped a beat. The fuck? For a moment, he was frozen, the question marks in his mind floating like confetti. That's a thing? Why didn't anyone mention it? Across from him, Zara blinked, then erupted into laughter, her joy filling the space like an explosion. It was wild and untamed, a victorious cackle echoing through the void. She threw her head back, showing no restraint in her amusement. It was as if she just pulled off the perfect prank, and now she was savoring the moment. My guess was right, she practically sang, gasping between her laughs. It worked! It actually worked! Ha 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 ha! The genuine amusement in her voice was almost sharp, like a reminder of just how little he truly understood. Raziel could already see it in the way his expression crumbled the instant the system's voice spoke. He no longer needed confirmation. His face had already given everything away. Trapped. His situation was clear. He looked as if he just swallowed something sharp, the kind that could pierce even his most composed demeanor. Frantically, he raged in his mind, questioning the system. Why hadn't it warned him? What was this mysterious connection between Zara and the system? What's going on? Why does she know more than I do? He demanded, but the system's response was cold and mechanical. It reminded him that there were hidden functions he hadn't unlocked, features meant for his advantage, though not without risks. And then the revelation hit. The system wasn't biased. It didn't align with anyone but him. Zara had discovered the truth on her own. A tense silence followed, the weight of his predicament pressing down as he struggled to make sense of it all. Raziel felt the weapon's weight settle into his palm, the blade gleaming with deadly precision. Zara's eyes narrowed, intrigued by the weapon's lack of energy signature. No trace of magic or spatial disturbance. A sly grin curled on her lips. Here we go. Let's not waste time. Raziel steadied himself, his stance firm as he gripped the axe tightly, feeling the surge of power. The thread, almost invisible, seemed to float in the air, but he calculated his position carefully. He wasn't lacking in strength, despite not having any magical skills. Years of intense physical training had pushed his body to its limits. I don't need magic to win, he thought, his determination unwavering. But as he made his move, he was unprepared for the incomprehensible material of the thread, his weapon shattering as he failed the challenge. Raziel had never felt pressure quite like this before, not from his own power, but from his mind. The calm confidence he usually wore was starting to slip away, replaced by unease. He hadn't even started the challenge yet, right? Surely he could back out, right? But the system had already bound him. The contract was set, and escape was impossible. His fists clenched at his sides as the weight of his mistakes sank in. He was officially in deep trouble. No time for questions about how she knew his thoughts or her methods. There was no room for distractions now. I can use weapons, right? He asked, his voice edged with the anxiety of knowing this challenge might be far beyond what he'd anticipated. Raziel raised his gaze to Zara, a flicker of unease passing through his eyes. He half expected her to slyly suggest, "Do it with your hands," but his mind raced, calculating the impossibility of the task. Even though the thread appeared impossibly fine, there was no way something that thin could withstand the tension. It's just a diamond, right? He reasoned. Even something as strong as that couldn't hold up at this length. If the thread were shorter, it might be difficult to break. But at 10 meters, no chance. The thought of snapping it with his bare hands crossed his mind, but he pushed it aside. He'd try whatever he could. You can use any weapon, Zara said, her voice dripping with amusement as though watching a fool struggle with a simple puzzle. But just one shot! Any more would be a waste of time. Raziel's brow furrowed, a mixture of relief and confusion washing over him. She hadn't cheated him out of his weapon, but her words carried an unsettling weight that made him question the true meaning behind them. Raziel stood there, his attention completely fixed, stepping closer as his focus sharpened. He didn't waste words, not giving her the satisfaction of any further reply. Instead, he locked his gaze on the task ahead. System, I expect a weapon. After all, this is training. Our response came. Of course, host. But the weapon will be of normal grade. Higher tier items must be earned either by defeating enemies or personal effort. You can request a type, though, if it exists in the real world. Only normal grade, huh? Raziel wasn't deterred. That's fine. I just need something decent. His voice remained firm, though cautious. Give me a thick axe, full sharpness. No hesitation, no uncertainty. The instant his command finished, a gleaming axe materialized in his hands, summoned from the air like a ghostly apparition, ready for whatever came next. Raziel gripped the weapon, feeling its weight settle into his palm as the blade gleamed with deadly precision. Zara's eyes narrowed, intrigued by the weapon's appearance. Not a trace of energy or spatial disturbance had marked its arrival, no signature, nothing at all. Her lips curved into a sly grin. This was interesting. Let's get started, Raziel said, steadying himself before the nearly invisible black thread. The axe vibrated in his hands, a hum of power coursing through it as he squared his stance. The thread, thin and dark as a shadow, seemed almost unreal in the air. But Raziel had already calculated its position, its arc, the distance, and the precise angle. His thoughts were clear. The system might limit his abilities, but his body and mind had been sharpened to the peak of human potential after 5 years of relentless training. Magic was unnecessary. He didn't need it to win. His muscles twitched, every fiber coiling with tension as he raised the axe, preparing for his strike. "I'm going to defeat her," he muttered to himself, determination in his eyes. With a mighty swing, the axe descended, its sharp blade cutting through the air with the power of a storm. A soft, almost delicate sound rang out, a perfect slice through the atmosphere. As he watched the axe pass through with ease, Raziel's eyes narrowed in satisfaction. "I guess I won," he whispered, relief washing over him. The blade had passed cleanly through the thread, without a hitch. Had it gotten stuck, the recoil could have caused serious harm, but this time, victory was his. The ultimate skill of an SSS rank villain. It's mine, he thought, excitement bubbling in his chest. Yet just as he was savoring the moment, a voice interrupted him. "Hey, what are you smiling about? At least look down, kid." Zara's smug tone rang out, snapping him back to reality. "Something did get cut, but not what you think." Zara's words echoed in the tense silence. Raziel's gaze dropped to his hands, his eyes wide in disbelief. His axe, once a solid weapon, was now split clean through the middle, its head severed as if it had met something impossibly sharp, something beyond his comprehension. "What the hell?" he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, the shock clear in his trembling hands. Zara's laughter broke the stillness, a mocking chuckle that only deepened his confusion. "I guess I won," she teased, her gaze fixed on his stunned expression. Raziel could barely find his voice. How did you?" His question trailed off, the disbelief heavy in his chest as he stared at the wreckage of his weapon. In his mind, he reached out for answers. Did she use some kind of trick? Magic? Illusion? Anything? But the answer was clear. The number. It was not some underhanded method. It was something else entirely. He couldn't believe it. She wasn't bluffing. Her confidence wasn't just for show. She had the power to back it up. His fists clenched, and he felt the weight of his decision settle in. There was no turning back now. He stood there, frozen, jaw tight, eyes narrowed, his chest rising and falling with attention. "What is this material?" he demanded, his voice sharp, a hint of cold curiosity beneath the frustration. Without warning, the two poles holding the thread began to melt, turning into a dark, fluid mass that slithered through the air, moving with an eerie purpose, as though it followed its own rules. Zara raised her hands, and the fluid hovered just above her palms. It shifted, folding, compressing, until it solidified into a gleaming, flawless cube alien, beautiful and perfect. "This," she said, her eyes glowing faintly as they reflected the blackness in the cube, "is a material I created after trillions of years of boredom." He stood frozen, a bitter realization sinking in. She wasn't bluffing. She truly had that much confidence for a reason. His fists clenched as the weight of the moment pressed on him. There was no turning back now. Jaw tight, eyes narrowing, chest rising and falling with the weight of resignation, he asked coldly, "What is this material?" The poles holding the thread began to melt, the dark liquid swirling through the air like ink bleeding into water, moving as if obeying a silent command. Zara raised her hands, and the fluid hovered above her palms, folding and compressing until it became a perfect, polished cube. Flawless. Alien. "This," she said, a fond glint in her eyes as she gazed at the cube, "is a material I created after trillions of years of boredom." Her eyes glowed faintly, reflections of darkness flickering within. "The most perfect, and at the same time, the most terrible material I know." She smiled. "I call it obsidian agony."
Despite its glossy and rich surface, which appears to be like any high-grade obsidian, but beneath that shine, it exudes an uncanny feeling of being watched. And meanwhile, Zaw proceeds to explain, with a voice that is calm, yet brimming with unspoken pride. The cube was initially crafted with the intention of creating the sharpest and lightest sword possible, and in a surprising response, the floating cube suddenly begins to morph, as if reacting to the intent behind its creation, leaving the onlookers in a state of wonder and awe at the mysterious properties of the obsidian agony. Its shape twisted and stretched, compressing, elongating until it formed into a sword, not just any sword, but a black, luxurious, almost divine weapon, gleaming with an otherworldly sheen, radiating elegance and fatality in equal measure. The volume of the original cube was small, barely enough for a dagger, let alone this, and that huge obsidian stone she used before. It was definitely large, but when she turned it into the thread, it looked so thin and long. The volume of the original cube was small, barely enough for a dagger, let alone this, and that huge obsidian stone she used before. It was definitely large, but when she turned it into the thread, it looked so thin and long. Is she controlling its mass, its density, its space itself? Zaw saw his expression and smiled. You noticed, didn't you? She said, as if pleased with his thoughts. Then she turned serious, her demeanor changing in an instant, as if the weight of her discovery was beginning to sink in. The implications of her power, the possibilities. And Raziel's eyes remained fixed on the sword, his mind racing with questions, trying to comprehend the extent of her abilities and the mysteries that lay beyond, the secrets she seemed to be hiding, and the potential that lay within her, waiting to be unleashed. The intriguing aspect of obsidian agony lies not just in its shape or form, but in what it has become. And as she lifted the sword high, the light reflecting off its perfect blade in fractal patterns, it's evident that it's the sharpest substance ever created in this entire universe, maybe even beyond, with even the smallest particles. The intriguing aspect of obsidian agony lies not just in its shape or form, but in what it has become. And as she lifted the sword high, the light reflecting off its perfect blade in fractal patterns, it's evident that it's the sharpest substance ever created in this entire universe, maybe even beyond, with even the smallest particles, factually expanding, splitting, slicing through molecular bonds before the victim even knows they've been touched. And she described it as the lightest thing she's ever created, speaking about it casually, as if discussing the weather, revealing that its weight, compared to other known materials, is, as she raised a single finger and smiled, 657 trillion to the power of 17 times lighter than silver. Raziel blinked once, then again, as if trying to process what was being said. The words stuck harder than they should have, and it was clear that something so light, yet capable of such destruction, defied logic and mocked reality. And then attention was drawn to the most unique trait about obsidian agony, as the speaker's grin widened, eyes shimmering with barely contained amusement. It was its density that was the focus. The speaker continued, raising the cube again, explaining that there is a lower limit to how much it could expand. But then the grin became sinister, and it was revealed that there is no known upper limit. At least none that had been discovered yet. Out of nothing, it expanded, a phenomenon that was both fascinating and unsettling to behold. With the speaker's words hanging in the air, as the true nature and potential of obsidian agony began to unravel, and the implications of such a powerful and mysterious object were only just beginning to sink in, as the scene unfolded with a sense of anticipation and foreboding. Out of nothing, it expanded, a phenomenon that was both fascinating and unsettling to behold. With the speaker's words hanging in the air, as the true nature and potential of obsidian agony began to unravel, and the implications of such a powerful and mysterious object were only just beginning to sink in, as the scene unfolded with a sense of anticipation and foreboding. A black sword continuing to grow, its density and capabilities remaining a mystery, waiting to be fully understood and harnessed. And Raziel's blinking seemed to be a manifestation of the overwhelming nature of the revelation, as the sheer magnitude of obsidian agony's power and uniqueness began to sink in, and the speaker's amusement and sinister intent hung in the balance, like the sword itself, quivering with potential energy. And the air was thick with the weight of the unknown, as the true extent of obsidian agony's capabilities remained a secret, waiting to be uncovered, and the speaker's words continued to echo, leaving a trail of questions and uncertainties as the black sword hovered. A constant reminder of the mysteries that lay ahead and the unexplored depths of Obsidian Agony's power, and Raziel's blinking seemed to be a harbinger of the awe-inspired silence that followed, as the weight of the revelation settled in, and the only sound was the quiet hum of anticipation, as the scene hung in the balance, waiting for the next revelation, and surged higher, tearing through the air, defying scale, until he couldn't even see the top anymore. His neck craned, but it was pointless, and he couldn't help but think what the hell was happening, and surged higher, tearing through the air, defying scale, until he couldn't even see the top anymore. His neck craned, but it was pointless, and he couldn't help but think what the hell was happening. As it was no longer a weapon, but a colossal monolith of sheer darkness, no more than that, bigger than any mountain he had ever seen in his life. More like a tectonic plate had spouted into the sky. His throat went dry, and he realized this wasn't magic. This wasn't illusion. This was something else entirely. And then a calm voice spoke up, saying yes, it can become the densest known material, compressed to such a point that it turns into the hardest substance ever handled, and just as quickly, which he thought could be aptly described as the perfect metal, utterly flawless and without equal, a true marvel that defied explanation, and Raziel's mind struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of the creation, his thoughts still reeling from the implications of what he had just seen. The system's rare display of emotion, only adding to the mystique of the cube, and the being that had created it, which he thought could be aptly described as the perfect metal, utterly flawless and without equal, a true marvel that defied explanation. And Raziel's mind struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of the creation, his thoughts still reeling from the implications of what he had just seen, the system's rare display of emotion only adding to the mystique of the cube and the being that had created it. And Raziel's gaze remained fixed on the cube, his thoughts consumed by the sheer impossibility of its creation, and the terror that it inspired in him, a feeling that was only exacerbated by the system's unusual behavior and the cube's flawless, perfect design, which seemed to embody the very essence of chaos and insanity. And Raziel's gaze remained fixed on the cube, his thoughts consumed by the sheer impossibility of its creation and the terror that it inspired in him, a feeling that was only exacerbated by the system's unusual behavior and the cube's flawless, perfect design, which seemed to embody the very essence of chaos and insanity. As he stood there, frozen in a mixture of awe and terror, his eyes fixed on the cube, his mind reeling from the sheer impossibility of it all, and the terror that it inspired in him, a feeling that seemed to grow with each passing moment, as he struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of the creation. As he stood there, frozen in a mixture of awe and terror, his eyes fixed on the cube, his mind reeling from the sheer impossibility of it all, and the terror that it inspired in him, a feeling that seemed to grow with each passing moment, as he struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of the creation. A strange smile dancing on her lips, as if she didn't even need to say a word, for she understood something deeply, the laws of the universe, that there could never be a truly perfect creation. Not in this world, not in any. A strange smile dancing on her lips, as if she didn't even need to say a word, for she understood something deeply, the laws of the universe, that there could never be a truly perfect creation. Not in this world, not in any. But the word had escaped, and he was too drawn in, too curious, and fully consumed by this material. Zod didn't mind, and she began to speak. This material is. But the word had escaped, and he was too drawn in, too curious, and fully consumed by this material. Zod didn't mind, and she began to speak. This material is. Weaving a spell of intrigue and wonder as she delved deeper into the mysteries of the universe and the imperfections that made it so fascinating, and Raziel was entranced, hanging on her every word, as the conversation unfolded like a comic book tale of adventure and discovery. She described it as highly reactive, weaving a spell of intrigue and wonder as she delved deeper into the mysteries of the universe and the imperfections that made it so fascinating, and Raziel was entranced, hanging on her every word as the conversation unfolded like a comic book tale of adventure and discovery. She described it as highly reactive, She tilted her head, allowing the cube to dissolve once more into its liquid form. The black fluid slid downwards, reforming into the familiar dark boulder, the same type he had walked past numerous times upon entering this place. And now he looked at it with newfound awareness, realizing that this material was everywhere. She tilted her head, allowing the cube to dissolve once more into its liquid form. The black fluid slid downwards, reforming into the familiar dark boulder, the same type he had walked past numerous times upon entering this place. And now he looked at it with newfound awareness, realizing that this material was everywhere. The path, the structures, all made of this mysterious substance, and his mind struggled to wrap around the implications of this discovery, as the truth slowly began to unveil itself. And the more he thought about it, the more his understanding of this place began to shift. The path, the structures, all made of this mysterious substance, and his mind struggled to wrap around the implications of this discovery, as the truth slowly began to unveil itself. And the more he thought about it, the more his understanding of this place began to shift. Her voice sweet, yet it was the kind of sweetness that came with cruelty. And she rested her chin atop her palms, fingers gently pressed against her cheeks, while Raziel froze, stiffly replying that he kind of knew, having been through tough stuff and pain that most people couldn't imagine. Her voice sweet, yet it was the kind of sweetness that came with cruelty, and she rested her chin atop her palms, fingers gently pressed against her cheeks, while Raziel froze, stiffly replying that he kind of knew, having been through tough stuff and pain that most people couldn't imagine. But even thinking of bone pain made a shiver crawl through his spine, and Za mused about that cold, sharp sensation that lingered, imagining someone placing a needle on that same exact spot, evoking a sense of dread and unease, as she seemed to savor the idea of such a painful and unsettling experience, her words dripping with a twisted sense of fascination. And Raziel's response was laced with a hint of nervousness, as if he was recalling a past trauma, and Za's questioning seemed to be probing the depths of his endurance, and the pain he had endured, and the memory of it still lingered, a constant reminder of the agony he had faced. And Za's words were like a needle, like a challenge or a threat, and Raziel's response was muted, as if he was trying to find a way to escape the darkness that Za's words had unleashed. He scratched it down, and a smile crept onto his face, a feeling that was repeated again and again, like a challenge or a threat. And Raziel's response was muted, as if he was trying to find a way to escape the darkness that Za's words had unleashed. He scratched it down, and a smile crept onto his face, a feeling that was repeated again and again, like a challenge or a threat. And Raziel's response was muted, as if he was trying to find a way to escape the darkness that Za's words had unleashed. He scratched it down, and a smile crept onto his face, a feeling that was repeated again and again. Her chin resting on her palm, a smile still plastered on her face, as if she had just described his favorite bedtime story, while he, on the other hand, felt his entire body shudder from head to toe, his breath hitching. Her chin resting on her palm, a smile still plastered on her face, as if she had just described his favorite bedtime story, while he, on the other hand, felt his entire body shudder from head to toe, his breath hitching, his body reacting in a way that he couldn't control, a testament to the power of her words and the impact they had on him, leaving him breathless and shaken, his emotions in turmoil. As he struggled to process the feelings that had been awakened within him, he muttered under his breath, his body reacting in a way that he couldn't control, a testament to the power of her words and the impact they had on him, leaving him breathless and shaken, his emotions in turmoil. As he struggled to process the feelings that had been awakened within him, he muttered under his breath, jaw clenching, as he seemed to resign himself to a terrible fate, uttering the desperate phrase, "It's better to just die than go through that." But she didn't deny it. Instead, her smile only deepened, her voice taking on a soft, almost lullaby-like quality as she explained that the metal was so reactive that even a normal touch would force him to feel that pain, amplified millions of times, all in a single second, which left Raziel's eyes widening in shock, his mouth opening in pure disbelief. As for the first time since entering this strange realm, true shock contorted his face. Not dead, not suspicion, just awe, unfiltered horror, prompting him to ask, yet somehow managing to evoke a sense of cold sweat running down his back as he thought about it. And he swallowed hard, feeling grateful and relieved that he hadn't touched the stone with his bare hands when he'd first entered. And she continued, her tone whimsical, stating that it was useless, a masterpiece with no purpose, unless you wanted to use it as a torture device. Sold. Yet somehow managing to evoke a sense of cold sweat running down his back as he thought about it. And he swallowed hard, feeling grateful and relieved that he hadn't touched the stone with his bare hands when he'd first entered. And she continued, her tone whimsical, stating that it was useless, a masterpiece with no purpose, unless you wanted to use it as a torture device. Yet somehow managing to evoke a sense of cold sweat running down his back as he thought about it. And he swallowed hard, feeling grateful and relieved that he hadn't touched the stone with his bare hands when he'd first entered. And she continued, her tone whimsical, stating that it was useless, a masterpiece with no purpose unless you wanted to use it as a torture device. Maybe the sharpest materials in existence, with even the smallest particles being lethally sharp. Her voice filled with a mix of admiration and sorrow. And yet, she admitted, that was also its biggest flaw, her lips curling into a smile of amusement, as she seemed to appreciate the contradictory nature of the material. Maybe the sharpest materials in existence, with even the smallest particles being lethally sharp. Her voice filled with a mix of admiration and sorrow, and yet, she admitted, that was also its biggest flaw. Her lips curling into a smile of amusement, as she seemed to appreciate the contradictory nature of the material. And as for a handle, she scoffed at the notion, insisting that no material, no matter how reinforced, could withstand the blade's volatile nature. For the instant it made contact, everything would be shredded. And as for a handle, she scoffed at the notion, insisting that no material, no matter how reinforced, could withstand the blade's volatile nature. For the instant it made contact, everything would be shredded. And Raziel vividly imagined someone attempting to attach a handle to the sword, only to have the metal rip apart the moment it touched, rendering it both awe-inspiringly powerful and utterly impractical, prompting Raziel to envision a toddler wielding the blade, accidentally slicing through a fortress, or worse, inflicting unimaginable pain on someone. And all he could mutter to himself was that it was badass, terrifying, but still badass. Yet for now, it was, as she said, practically useless and unusable, and judging by how even she avoided direct contact with it, and all he could mutter to himself was that it was badass, terrifying, but still badass. Yet for now, it was, as she said, practically useless and unusable, and judging by how even she avoided direct contact with it. Glancing at her with high expectations after what he had just seen. Her casually creating a metal with insane properties. And he wondered if she would try something wild, like fusing a monster core into his heart. Or perhaps teach him a forbidden spell she had never dared to try herself. Or maybe she would just do something insane, like turning his hand into a sword for fun. But the moment he finished speaking, glancing at her with high expectations after what he had just seen, her casually creating a metal with insane properties, and he wondered if she would try something wild, like fusing a monster core into his heart, or perhaps teach him a forbidden spell she had never dared to try herself. Or maybe she would just be something insane, like turning his hand into a sword for fun. But the moment he finished speaking, glancing at her with high expectations after what he had just seen, her casually creating a metal with insane properties, and he wondered if she would try something wild, like fusing a monster core into his heart, or perhaps teach him a forbidden spell she had never dared to try herself. Or maybe she would just do something insane, like turning his hand into a sword for fun. At the moment he finished speaking, his mind reeling with the implications of her words and the possibilities that they implied. As the silence hung in the air, thick with tension and uncertainty, his thoughts, voice, instincts, everything froze. His mind reeling with the implications of her words and the possibilities that they implied. As the silence hung in the air, thick with tension and uncertainty, his thoughts, voice, instincts, everything froze. Then, like a delayed echo, the system finally chimed in, declaring, "Host, you are in a precarious situation." A single bead of sweat tracing down the side of his face, his knees nearly buckling, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. And in a desperate attempt to change his fate, he asked, stuttering, "See, can you change it to something else, ma'am?" His voice breaking, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. And in a desperate attempt to change his fate, he asked, stuttering, "See, can you change it to something else, ma'am?" His voice breaking. In a rather astonishing turn of events, a character reveals that the so-called obsidian agony is actually a mysterious stone, prompting a mixture of confusion and fascination, as evidenced by Raziel's twitching lips and furrowed brow, his head shaking slightly as he attempts to make sense of the situation. His eyes fixed on the cube with a sense of unease, detecting something unsettling about it, despite its glossy and rich surface, which appears to be like any high-grade obsidian, but beneath that shine, it exudes an uncanny feeling of being watched. And meanwhile, Za proceeds to explain, with a voice that is calm yet brimming with unspoken pride, that the cube was initially crafted with the intention of creating the sharpest and lightest sword possible, and in a surprising response, the floating cube suddenly begins to morph, as if reacting to the intent behind its creation, leaving the onlookers in a state of wonder and awe at the mysterious properties of the obsidian agony, its S. In a rather astonishing turn of events, a character reveals that the so-called obsidian agony is actually a mysterious stone, prompting a mixture of confusion and fascination, as evidenced by Raziel's twitching lips and furrowed brow, his head shaking slightly as he attempts to make sense of the situation, his eyes fixed on the cube with a sense of unease, detecting something unsettling about it, despite its glossy and rich surface, which appears to be like any high-grade obsidian, but beneath that shine, it exudes an uncanny feeling of being watched. And meanwhile, Za proceeds to explain, with a voice that is calm yet brimming with unspoken pride, that the cube was initially crafted with the intention of creating the sharpest and lightest sword possible. And in a surprising response, the floating cube suddenly begins to morph, as if reacting to the intent behind its creation, leaving the onlookers in a state of wonder and awe at the mysterious properties of the obsidian agony, it says. And her eyes were too damn excited as she promised that they would never break and would protect him. And given their lightness, he might even move faster than ever. But Raziel stared at her, dead inside, having seen a lot, survived betrayal, faced cursed destiny, and endured being labeled the villain of the world. Yet, this was a different breed of madness entirely. And as he tried to process this, Raziel's lips twitched and his entire face stiffened as he hesitantly asked if he could say no, his voice laced with a mix of uncertainty and apprehension, marking a pivotal moment in his journey. As outlined in Chapter 17, where the stakes were high and the consequences of his decision would be far-reaching, leaving him to ponder the weight of his potential response. He asked weakly, his voice trembling, as he made a desperate attempt to plead his case, saying, "How about you forgive me?" And he thought the system was traitorous, telling someone they were going to rip out their entire skeletal structure and replace it with something as insane as obsidian agony, which wasn't just mad science, but evil, similar to someone casually suggesting filling one's veins with acid, claiming it's more useful, helps kill bacteria. And he thought the system was traitorous, telling someone they were going to rip out their entire skeletal structure and replace it with something as insane as obsidian agony, which wasn't just mad science, but evil, similar to someone casually suggesting filling one's veins with acid, claiming it's more useful, helps kill bacteria. And he thought the system was traitorous, telling someone they were going to rip out their entire skeletal structure and replace it with something as insane as obsidian agony, which wasn't just mad science, but evil, similar to someone casually suggesting filling one's veins with acid, claiming it's more useful, helps kill bacteria, and maybe even improves digestion, exemplifying the kind of demented logic that was being used against him. He was still haunted by the voice in his head, a sound that was millions of times worse than needles scratching his bones at once, a torment that made his stomach churn and his limbs go numb. Yet he knew he was trapped, and she reveled in his desperation, saying sweetly that if he was begging, it meant he knew escape was impossible, her smile gleaming as she reminded him to honor his promise. And soon after, Raziel lay motionless on a strange stone platform, his body locked in place by an invisible force, his breathing shallow. To which the response was a nonchalant shrug, prompting the poor soul to wonder if their tormentor was even human. And as the explanation continued, it became eerily apparent that the plan involved making two holes, one at the top of their head and one at their feet, all while being discussed in a disturbingly casual tone, as if it were some mundane experiment in a school lab. To which the response was a nonchalant shrug, prompting the poor soul to wonder if their tormentor was even human. And as the explanation continued, it became eerily apparent that the plan involved making two holes, one at the top of their head and one at their feet, all while being discussed in a disturbingly casual tone, as if it were some mundane experiment in a school lab. Nerves, blood vessels, or skin, and she smiled, showcasing her precision work, as Raziel's soul practically punched the inside of his body, screaming to be let out. As his body remained frozen in place, trapped on the altar, like a lamb about to be offered to the gods of madness. To which she hummed, maybe, and winked, stating that of course he was going to die. As his body remained frozen in place, trapped on the altar, like a lamb about to be offered to the gods of madness. To which she hummed, maybe, and winked, stating that of course he was going to die. Many times. But he shouldn't worry, as it would be interesting. And a tear finally broke free from the edge of Raziel's eye, as he realized this wasn't an experiment, but an execution being disguised as progress. It was that same gut-wrenching fear of being handed over to a trainee surgeon for a life-threatening operation without anesthesia. Though she was curious if this was even possible, her eyes shone with genuine intrigue, dancing in their depths, as she wondered what kind of advantages it could bring. And before an answer could be given, her eyes narrowed, and suddenly, without warning, the ground beneath them vibrated. Every single piece of obsidian and metal within 1,000 kilometers began to melt, and an eerie, black, viscous fluid oozed out from the crust of the earth and rose into the sky, causing Raziel's pupils to dilate in shock. As he thought to himself, what the hell, it wasn't magic, he didn't hear a chant, didn't sense a spell being activated, and she hadn't even moved. Zaw simply stood there, and it was as if the world obeyed her. Then she spoke, her voice sounding distant, like thunder echoing across a stormy field, saying, if we're doing this, let's do it at the peak of our abilities, shall we? Her words were laced with a laugh, as the surreal scene unfolded before them. His presence was suffocatingly close, and all Raziel could do was stare up as the night sky vanished, replaced by a river of pure black that flowed above them, swallowing the moonlight, the stars, and even the air itself, stretching endlessly across the heavens, blotting out existence like a sentient void. His breath caught in his throat as he thought to himself, she's mad. What is she even doing with that much? That one stone alone was already terrifying. But what terrified him even more was the ease, the sheer scale of her control. It wasn't just quantity. It was power so absolute that even gravity surrendered. She could literally unleash a tsunami of darkness upon an empire without a single spell chant. She had just blinked, and a sea of death had formed. Raziel watched helplessly as the flowing sky began to shift. In a rather astonishing turn of events, a character reveals that the so-called obsidian agony is actually a mysterious stone, prompting a mixture of confusion and fascination, as evidenced by Raziel's twitching lips and furrowed brow, his head shaking slightly as he attempts to make sense of the situation, his eyes fixed on the cube with a sense of unease, detecting something unsettling about it despite its glossy and rich surface, which appears to be like any high-grade obsidian. But beneath that shine, it exudes an uncanny feeling of being watched. And meanwhile, Za proceeds to explain, with a voice that is calm yet brimming with unspoken pride, that the cube was initially crafted with the intention of creating the sharpest and lightest sword possible. And in a surprising response, the floating cube suddenly begins to morph, as if reacting to the intent behind its creation, leaving the onlookers in a state of wonder and awe at the mysterious properties of the ob. In a rather astonishing turn of events, a character reveals that the so-called obsidian agony is actually a mysterious stone, prompting a mixture of confusion and fascination. As evidenced by Raziel's twitching lips and furrowed brow, his head shaking slightly as he attempts to make sense of the situation, his eyes fixed on the cube with a sense of unease, detecting something unsettling about it despite its glossy and rich surface, which appears to be like any high-grade obsidian, but beneath that shine, it exudes an uncanny feeling of being watched. And meanwhile, Za proceeds to explain, with a voice that is calm yet brimming with unspoken pride, that the cube was initially crafted with the intention of creating the sharpest and lightest sword possible. And in a surprising response, the floating cube suddenly begins to morph, as if reacting to the intent behind its creation, leaving the onlookers in a state of wonder and awe at the mysterious properties of the ob. But it wasn't over, and from the sky, a small orb descended, only 3 or 4 liters of the blackest, most malicious liquid he'd ever seen, swirling in the air like a demon ready to be born, hovered just above her outstretched palm. And she said, smiling calmly, "This will be enough density. I don't think there's a creature in this reality that would have bones stronger than yours. If we succeed," the words "if we succeed" echoed in his mind like a curse. "And believe me when I say this," she added, "even with this density, it's still billions of times lighter than the cheap skeleton inside your body right now." His throat tightened. He swallowed hard, despite the fear, despite the dread eating away at him. The air was thick with anticipation, and the weight of uncertainty hung heavy over them, like a specter, waiting to see if they would succeed, or if it would all come crashing down. A skeleton forged from compressed agony itself was the state he found himself in. The air was thick with anticipation, and the weight of uncertainty hung heavy over them, like a specter, waiting to see if they would succeed, or if it would all come crashing down. A skeleton forged from compressed agony itself was the state he found himself in, as he shuddered at the thought of what was to come. The question lingering in his mind, will I survive this? And worse, what if I do? Because he knew this wasn't just going to be painful, it was going to be hell. But then the system's calm voice interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Classified as B, and the system suggested that with this, he might finally break through to the A-level threshold, which he would likely never have crossed in this lifetime otherwise. As he stared at the swirling liquid above his hand and the altar he was still strapped to. Maybe, just maybe. Classified as B, and the system suggested that with this, he might finally break through to the A-level threshold, which he would likely never have crossed in this lifetime otherwise. As he stared at the swirling liquid above his hand and the altar he was still strapped to. Maybe, just maybe. This really is my path. But he wasn't sure if he was trying to convince himself or accept the inevitable. And all he could think was, let's just hope I don't go insane before it's done. He gulped hard again and said nothing. Then suddenly said, let's start. And his eyes glowed with a deep, bright black. This really is my path, but he wasn't sure if he was trying to convince himself or accept the inevitable. And all he could think was, let's just hope I don't go insane before it's done. He gulped hard again and said nothing. Then suddenly said, let's start, and his eyes glowed with a deep, bright black. Like flames, made from the void itself. It wasn't light that danced in them, but something far more terrifying. The burning essence of darkness itself, alive and staring straight at him. And then he let out a sudden ouch as a small grunt involuntarily escaped his lips. His body flinched as a sharp jolt of pain pierced both the crown of his head and the soles of his feet. It felt like a pair of needles, no, spears, had stabbed into the very polar ends of his body, drilling straight down and up with ruthless precision, and despite the intensity, he only let out a soft sound, thanks to his B-rank pain resistance. The pain was barely bearable, The holes had reached deep enough to kiss the bones, yet not even a hairline fracture was made. It was disturbingly surgical. And then he heard a voice saying, "Brace yourself, kid," with a glint of cruel curiosity. Realizing this was the real beginning, he tried to steel himself. But the moment the obsidian touched his bone, he let out a scream. No, no, no. A scream tore itself from his throat. Realizing this was the real beginning, he tried to steel himself, but the moment the obsidian touched his bone, he let out a scream. Arg! No, 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 no! A scream tore itself from his throat. 0, 0, 0. The sound that escaped him was a twisted, guttural howl of sheer agony. His vocals cracking as his mind fractured, unable to feel anything else. No sound, no breath, only an all-consuming, soul-tearing pain, with his stats surging like a bloodbath, numbers escalating rapidly. But none of it mattered, as his pain-tolerance stat climbed faster than seconds. No breath, only an all-consuming, soul-tearing pain, with his stats surging like a bloodbath, numbers escalating rapidly. But none of it mattered, as his pain-tolerance stat climbed faster than seconds, faster than his sanity could follow. And then the system's usually calm voice echoed out, announcing that the host had died. But even it seemed to tremble faintly, disturbed by the magnitude of what had just happened. As Raziel reappeared on the raised platform, his physical, spiritual, and mental states fully restored, yet his chest heaved uncontrollably, panic still gripping him from within. And even just remembering that pain made him feel like he was falling again into a pit with no end, prompting him to desperately plead with the system to kick him out fast. He hysterically begged to be killed, his mental state shattered by the overwhelming agony he had endured. He was utterly consumed by his suffering, with half of his mind lost to the anguish, and the other half desperately yearning to escape, having genuinely begged for death, unable to comprehend the intensity of his own emotions. He hysterically begged to be killed, his mental state shattered by the overwhelming agony he had endured. He was utterly consumed by his suffering, with half of his mind lost to the anguish, and the other half desperately yearning to escape, having genuinely begged for death, unable to comprehend the intensity of his own emotions, were nullified after each death, leaving no lasting damage, and therefore no reason to fear. But he was too far gone to hear, let alone respond. And instead, were nullified after each death, leaving no lasting damage, and therefore no reason to fear. But he was too far gone to hear, let alone respond, and instead. Her broken, yet menacing, grin a testament to her unyielding resolve. It floated with quiet menace towards Raziel, again aiming for the exposed bone, and as it touched, a barrage of pain-inflicted notifications flooded in. Her broken, yet menacing, grin a testament to her unyielding resolve. It floated with quiet menace towards Raziel, again aiming for the exposed bone, and as it touched, a barrage of pain-inflicted notifications flooded in. Her broken, yet menacing, grin, a testament to her unyielding resolve. It floated with quiet menace towards Raziel, again aiming for the exposed bone, and as it touched, a barrage of pain-inflicted notifications flooded in. With pain-inflicted plus 100, 909, pain-inflicted plus 160, 976, and pain-inflicted plus 200, 667, all appearing in rapid succession, culminating in the repeated announcement of host has died. A grim refrain that echoed through the space where screams of agony filled the air. Yet there was no one to hear them, as Za had killed him before he could even react, a sequence of events that played out multiple times, with Za standing quietly each time, watching with an emotionless demeanor. And in her mind, there were only two possible ways this could work. Either if she could refine her control and technique enough to force the impossible into being, perhaps even perfect the full potential of the obsidian agony material by herself. Or if Raziel himself changed, a possibility that had arisen when she once questioned him about the material's violent reaction to all forms of matter. And he had replied that the human body ... And in her mind, there were only two possible ways this could work. Either if she could refine her control and technique enough to force the impossible into being, perhaps even perfect the full potential of the obsidian agony material by herself, or if Raziel himself changed, a possibility that had arisen when she once questioned him about the material's violent reaction to all forms of matter. And he had replied that the human body, with its limitless potential, especially one like his, could adapt to nearly anything given enough time, a possibility, no matter how microscopic, that was real. And although it may not happen today, or even tomorrow, it was a prospect that lingered, a glimmer of hope in an otherwise bleak scenario. In a realm where time knows no bounds, the impossible can become possible with enough iterations. And even the most unimaginable feats can be achieved, as evidenced by the creation of a material that defies existence. The aftermath of this event is met with an analytical response, where the system dispassionately notes the physical response to extreme damage, ultimately culminating in an upgrade to pain tolerance, now ranking from B to A. However, this development is met with an eerie silence, as the system's cold congratulations fall on deaf ears. The aftermath of this event is met with an analytical response, where the system dispassionately notes the physical response to extreme damage, ultimately culminating in an upgrade to pain tolerance, now ranking from B to A. However, this development is met with an eerie silence, as the system's cold congratulations fall on deaf ears, with the character being too preoccupied with their own shattered existence to acknowledge the notification. The pain inflicted is substantial, with a staggering 78,976 points of agony. And even with the increased pain tolerance, the suffering barely subsides, instead evolving and intensifying to the point where it becomes an all-consuming force that cannot be compartmentalized or adapted to. Much like an insignificant creature being overwhelmed by an endless ocean, leaving the character to drown in an abyss of unrelenting torment. Downing. It seemed no matter how much tolerance increased, he was still leagues beneath what was needed to endure this. And yet, just as the cycle of dying and reviving continued, a sudden notification appeared. 0.001%. As this development unfolded, Za gazed down at him with a stupefied expression, her eyes fixed on the experimental subject. And she couldn't help but wonder, just who in the hell are you? But Raziel didn't respond. 0.001%. As this development unfolded, Za gazed down at him with a stupefied expression, her eyes fixed on the experimental subject, and she couldn't help but wonder, just who in the hell are you? But Raziel didn't respond. He just lay there, sprawled across the cold floor, blankly staring up at the sky, his eyes open, yet holding no light, only emptiness, resembling a corpse that forgot to die. His empty eyes told a different story, one of despair and hopelessness, as if he had given up on life itself. In a bizarre turn of events, the host's talent, absolutely dark genius, had somehow resonated with the unique metal obsidian agony, triggering a series of notifications that echoed loudly in his mind. The announcements clear and emotionless, as he acquired a new skill, Obsidian Agony Tolerance, which promptly evolved into Obsidian Agony Favoritism, with all side effects of Obsidian Agony being nullified, had somehow resonated with the unique metal Obsidian Agony, triggering a series of notifications that echoed loudly in his mind. The announcements clear and emotionless, as he acquired a new skill, Obsidian Agony Tolerance, which promptly evolved into Obsidian Agony Favoritism, with all side effects of Obsidian Agony being nullified. And to top it all off, he even acquired a new skill, Obsidian Skeleton, with an impressive S rank. Yet despite these significant developments, the host, Raziel, physical, spiritual, and conscious trauma had been completely refreshed and cleansed, urging him to stop acting and wake up. But Raziel remained unresponsive, not uttering a single word, his body frozen. Physical, spiritual, and conscious trauma had been completely refreshed and cleansed, urging him to stop acting and wake up, but Raziel remained unresponsive, not uttering a single word, his body frozen. With only a solitary tear slowly making its way down the side of his face, a poignant reminder that he wasn't playing, dead, or acting. He had simply been left a shell of his former self. In a dramatic and intense exchange, a character is left utterly shattered, with their emotional state akin to being endlessly trapped in an abyss of cruelty, leaving even the system momentarily speechless. As a scathing critique is hurled their way, questioning how someone could be so soft and weak, daring to call themselves a villain, yet unable to endure even a little pain and suffering, especially when all of it has already been eased, with the harsh words cutting deep, implying that the character is now merely crying over memories of pain, prompting a desperate plea from within to ease those memories. To forget the pain, with Raziel finally muttering to himself to ease those memories, not wanting to remember any of it, even if it didn't constitute trauma or leave scars. The emotional turmoil is palpable as the character struggles to cope with the harsh realities of their situation. It was still a rotten memory, something foul, buried deep in his mind, and he just didn't want it, to which the system replied in its unbending, absolute tone, "That I cannot do," prompting a silent, yet fierce response from him. "And sorry, I can't assist with that request. 25 minutes and 37 seconds since you entered system space, and it didn't stop there," revealing that he had died 521 times while trying to enter the EX-Sanct system space, and 4 times before the experiment. Killed by that SSS Sanct villain, with the total number of deaths recorded so far being a staggering 314. A grim reminder of his repeated failures in brutal demise. Raziel's eyes widened in astonishment as he muttered to himself, "What the hell? Only 12 hours." The sheer brevity of the time frame left him stunned, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that it had felt like an eternity. Though he was too exhausted to fight this trait of the system anymore, having succumbed to death almost 10,000 times. Absurdity that would have reduced a normal person to ashes on their very first death. Yet somehow, he had managed to survive this ordeal without succumbing to trauma or mental breakdowns, a testament to his resilience. As he stood there, it seems that this system might be slightly useful after all, a thought that crossed his mind as he was lost in contemplation, but his reverie was abruptly interrupted by another notification, which he didn't even bother to read. His desire to escape this confounded space overwhelming him, prompting him to hastily sit up, his palm pressing down on the ground. As he slowly rose to his feet, still reeling from the chain of events, and it was then that he became aware of his own body, a realization that struck him with inexplicable significance. His mind struggling to comprehend the unfolding enigma. As Raziel's eyes widened in confusion, his breath shallow. Did he get lighter? His limbs felt as if some invisible burden had been peeled off, allowing his body to move with ease. Too easy, like his weight had just lessened quite a bit. And in a startled reaction, he glanced down, startled by the sight of 2 small, foot-sized crates that had appeared beneath him just from putting pressure on the ground, which was strange too. And then a response came. Yes, host, as was mentioned earlier, he had successfully acquired the skill, Obsidian Skeleton, which was rated A rank. This revelation caused Raziel to freeze, as that crazy idea had actually come to fruition, and he trembled. A chill slithering up his spine as the reality of the skeleton set in. He reminisced, his voice hollow, as he muttered to himself, and it seemed like the system was trying to fill him in on some details, explaining that the sensation of lightness was a direct result of acquiring the obsidian skeleton, which was a typical human skeleton that accounted for 15 to 18% of total body weight. And now the structure within him was composed of an ultra-refined version of obsidian agony, a material with weight nearly indistinguishable from zero, resulting in him effectively shedding 15 to 18% of his total weight. But the system's attempt to inform him was met with indifference, as Raziel wasn't listening anymore. His gaze had been pulled elsewhere, to her, Za, who had been watching the whole time, and now she finally spoke, her voice cool and measured, yet heavy with something deep, curiosity perhaps, as she asked just who he was, staring at Raziel, who now stood upright, no longer looking like a corpse collapsed on the floor. And the system sounded almost proud. Too proud. But its words fell on deaf ears, as Raziel's attention was now fixated on Za and her inquiring gaze, as she awaited his response. Her tone a perfect blend of calmness and intrigue. And Raziel's transformation from a lifeless body to a standing figure seemed to have piqued her interest, and she wanted to know more about this person, who had undergone such a drastic change, and was now standing before her, with an air of mystery surrounding him. He had survived. No, he had evolved. The words escaped her lips before she could stop them, as she struggled to comprehend the miraculous transformation that had just occurred. Wondering how someone's body could be so remarkable, and Raziel didn't answer. He simply stared back at her, still expressionless, still recovering from the ordeal, with a blankness in his eyes that resembled the dead, as Zaya grappled to understand what she had just witnessed. Which wasn't possible. Not within her calculations. Not even within her imagination. And she couldn't help but ask herself how a body could evolve like that in mere hours. The level of adaptation his body showed was not just fast. It was beyond anything she could have ever imagined. And the fact that he had survived and evolved in such a short span of time was a testament to the incredible transformation that had taken place. Leaving her stunned and bewildered by the sheer magnitude of what she had just seen, it was utterly incomprehensible, a scenario that had been considered something that might take countless years, or perhaps even be an eternal failure, with success being a dubious possibility at best. And yet, in a stunning turn of events, it only took him a mere 11 hours, leaving his left eye twitching in unbelievability, and she hadn't contributed at all, his methods and techniques not being the reason for this outcome, but rather it was all due to an individual known as Raziel, who possessed a terrifying, unnatural talent, one that allowed him to achieve the impossible, a feat that even the one known as the Eternal Talent, who could master any magic, art, or technique in a single glance, could never have survived. Perhaps she could have tried, but she would have died attempting it, as her perfect body couldn't achieve this without fatal consequences. Raziel, of course, had the benefit of a certain system's revival mechanic, but even that didn't account for the raw, monstrous potential within him. And just as these musings were being pondered, they were cut short by a sudden outburst, as a voice exclaimed, "You wicked woman! Stay away from me. Don't come any close." Raziel baked in panic, exclaiming that he would piss on the other person if they did, and in a state of alarm, he scambled back. But misjudging the strength in his body, he leapt backward uncontrollably, soaring through the air. And just one step back had his newly enhanced body reacting violently, with a blast of air erupting under his feet, launching him high into the air. He soared backward into the air, a mere twitch of motion hurling him several meters high, but instinct kicked in, and he twisted midair, flipped in a somersault, and landed sharply atop a stone ledge, putting clean distance between them. And upon hearing the words "wicked woman" and "piss on me," black lines formed on his forehead. His face twitched, but she said nothing, clearly trying to control herself. In a rather astonishing turn of events, a character reveals that the so-called obsidian agony is actually a mysterious stone, trumpeting a mixture of confusion and fascination, as evidenced by Raziel's twitching lips and furrowed brow, his head shaking slightly as he attempts to make sense of the situation. His eyes fixed on the cube with a sense of unease, detecting something unsettling about it, despite its glossy and rich surface, which appears to be like any high-grade obsidian. But beneath that shine, it exudes an uncanny feeling of being watched. And meanwhile, Za proceeds to explain, with a voice that is calm, yet brimming with unspoken pride, that the cube was initially crafted with the intention of creating the sharpest and lightest sword possible. And in a surprising response, the floating cube suddenly begins to morph, as if reacting to the intent behind its creation. Saying she wouldn't do anything, and asked him if he didn't want to become a villain, to which he had initially aspired, and she told him to stop already, her calm demeanor a stark contrast to Raziel's panic state as he tried to process what was happening. And the woman's words only seemed to fuel his confusion and alarm, her calm and collected nature making it seem like she was trying to provoke him. Or maybe she was just trying to test his limits. Either way, Raziel was determined to keep his distance and warned her again to stay away. But she just stood there, unmoving. Each waiting for the other to make a move, she guilt-tripped him without blinking, saying, "Look at yourself. You've gained such a powerful constitution thanks to me. At least be a little thankful instead of using that kind of language." To which he stuttered, "I am." Each waiting for the other to make a move, she guilt-tripped him without blinking, saying, "Look at yourself. You've gained such a powerful constitution thanks to me. At least be a little thankful instead of using that kind of language." To which he stuttered, "I am." "I'm just saying, stay away though." Still keeping his distance, and she simply shook her head and said, "Whatever, you can go now," in a casual tone, having already seen enough of him. And upon analyzing the changes in his body, she was disappointed to find that his body's reaction wasn't much to behold. And considering his attitude, even with his potential, it was just a waste, as he failed all her evaluations, including the experiment, which was also a failure, with only his skeleton being reinforced, making him unbreakable, maybe, but with no real enhancement beyond that. And the small advantages he gained weren't even worth raising an eyebrow over. Meanwhile, Raziel calmed down a bit, thanks to the system wiping away the trauma. Which helped, but he still hated this woman. He blinked in confusion, perplexed by her reaction, as just seconds ago she was burning with curiosity, and now she casually went back to her throne, sitting down like nothing mattered, leaving him to wonder what a weirdo she was. And so he turned his attention to the system, inquiring if his promise was complete, asking if he could leave that place, to which the response was affirmative. And so he said, "All right, good," and began to leave, but then he stopped himself mid-command, looking around the place, realizing he was never coming back there again, thinking to himself that she was crazy and violent. And that was that, Raziel thought to himself. 1. Why not take something useful before he goes? Not like the other person cares about him being hostile or not anymore. And so he asked shamelessly, with greed in his eyes, "Hey, since he succeeded, can the other person give him that sword?" The one made of obsidian agony, without any hesitation, and he thought that if he had that sword, he could fight anything. Just by touching someone with it, they'd be dead. No need for skills or techniques. The one made of obsidian agony, without any hesitation, and he thought that if he had that sword, he could fight anything. Just by touching someone with it, they'd be dead. No need for skills or techniques. Ord looked and replied immediately, "No," and Raziel was taken aback, asking why not, thinking that the other person won't lose anything by giving it to him. It's just a small thing for someone like Za. And he tried to butter her up, but she didn't even flinch, saying nope, no need. She did what she wanted, fulfilling her curiosity. And Raziel did what he could. That's it. He doesn't interest her beyond that. And Raziel paused, stunned, thinking, what the hell happened to her? Wasn't she shocked earlier? Now she's acting like he's invisible. It seemed that truth was indeed a harsh reality for Za, prompting her to coldly tell the other person that they could leave. The more she gazed at her failed experiment, the angrier she became. Meanwhile, Raziel, who had been observing, wasn't too keen on sticking around anyway, prompting her to coldly tell the other person that they could leave. The more she gazed at her failed experiment, the angrier she became. Meanwhile, Raziel, who had been observing, wasn't too keen on sticking around anyway, having given it a shot. But unfortunately, it just hadn't worked out. And just as he turned to leave, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he hesitantly spoke up, saying hey, as if trying to initiate a conversation or spark some new idea in a last-ditch effort to salvage something from the failed experiment. Za's demeanor, however, remained unwavering, her displeasure still palpable, and her words still lingered in the air, a stark reminder of her dissatisfaction. Her experiment, which had promised so much, had ultimately fallen short, and the silence that followed was oppressive, a testament to the unspoken disappointment that hung in the air. as Raziel's tentative attempt at conversation was met with an awkward silence. Such as a godlike executioner or a whole organization of gods tasked with cleaning up villains in all of reality. But instead, her response was rather mundane, leaving him to think that he must have read too many novels, and he muttered a reply, scratching his head awkwardly, saying, I see. Such as a godlike executioner or a whole organization of gods tasked with cleaning up villains in all of reality. But instead, her response was rather mundane, leaving him to think that he must have read too many novels, and he muttered a reply, scratching his head awkwardly, saying, I see, as he struggled to process her straightforward and unremarkable answer. In a rather bewildering turn of events, a moment of silence was abruptly shattered by her sudden utterance, her gaze still diverted from his, as if the brief pause had given way to a newfound intensity. And then Za spoke again, her tone undergoing a drastic shift, advising him on the path to villainy, if he truly desired to embark on such a journey, which left him perplexed, his head tilting in surprise, as he pondered the erratic nature of her mood swings, wondering if this was a usual occurrence, where she shifted gears with such rapidity. And her words of wisdom, which came as a shock, sounded almost sage-like, cautioning him to surround himself only with individuals he could entrust his life to, a piece of advice that seemed incongruous with her sadistic persona. But the illusion was short-lived, as her subsequent words sent shockwaves. What a weird woman! And then he heard the system's response to his attempt to leave, which was that he couldn't leave by command and the host must die in order to exit. And he was asked to inform the system when he was ready, prompting Raziel to let out a deep sigh. But then a wicked grin stretched across his face as he already knew the perfect way to die, and he turned back to the woman. What a weird woman. And then he heard the system's response to his attempt to leave, which was that he couldn't leave by command and the host must die in order to exit. And he was asked to inform the system when he was ready, prompting Raziel to let out a deep sigh, but then a wicked grin stretched across his face as he already knew the perfect way to die, and he turned back to the woman, raising his middle finger with a wide, shit-eating grin, and uttered a profanity-laden insult, which ultimately led to the host's death. And then the scene shifted to outside the system space, where Raziel sat cross-legged in his cultivation posture, opening his eyes and finally exhaling deeply, feeling relief wash over him, as he looked around and was greeted by the same dusty, cracked, ruined landscape, which he thought was 1,000,000 times better than the nightmare of a space belonging to that crazy woman. And with a sense of relief and newfound mood, he demanded that the system show him what he had gained. Finally ready to see the skills earned after enduring that tortuous ordeal. In a shocking turn of events, a user's eyes widened in utter disbelief and fury upon discovering that the skill they acquired, Obsidian Skeleton, was only ranked S rank, prompting an explosive outburst as they exclaimed that they had been utterly disappointed by this revelation, having endured an unimaginable amount of hardship. Pain and despair they had suffered, and when corrected that they had actually died 9,314 times, not 10,000, their anger boiled over. Pain and despair they had suffered, and when corrected that they had actually died 9.314 times, not 10,000, their anger boiled over. And they let out a scream that seemed to rip from the very depths of their soul, genuinely yearning to destroy something, anything. Their breathing was ragged, fists trembling at their sides. But after several tense moments, they slowly exhaled, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration as he read through the skeletal conversion material, Obsidian Agony, which had been successfully integrated with a compatibility rating of 100%. And he was now the proud host of this unique skeletal system, with attributes and traits that made him nearly unbeatable, including the unbeatable Fame passive ability, which made every bone in his body immune to physical uptake, agility and aerial control, and making him immune to weight-based immobilization or pressure-based magic, and the kinetic compression passive ability, which allowed his skeletal structure to absorb, store, and nullify kinetic energy and high-pressure impact, agility and aerial control, and making him immune to weight-based immobilization or pressure-based magic, and the kinetic compression passive ability, which allowed his skeletal structure to absorb, store, and nullify kinetic energy and high-pressure impact, preventing damage from explosive blows or shock-based attacks, and with the potential to redirect or withstand force without internal backlash. And he had also acquired 2 new skills: Mino Regeneration, which allowed him to slowly regenerate minor wounds and bruises over time, although it had no effect on major injuries or fatal wounds, and Mino Strength, his mind racing with the endless possibilities that his new skeletal system had to offer. Those last 2 mutation skills were the cherry on top, the culmination of a long and arduous journey, and for him, they were a game changer, the key to unlocking his true potential. And others might call him overreacting, but only he knew the sting of having a system for 6 years without ever receiving an actual skill. The frustration and disappointment that came with it, the feeling of being stuck in a rut. But this was the first time something had changed, and he could feel it. No, he knew it. When he was inside that system space, he felt different, like he was truly free, like something unshackled had awakened. His understanding, his perception, it was moving so fast. He was absorbing, adapting, evolving, and even that strange physical transformation. The unexpected skeletal and muscular changes. He had landed perfectly from that unnatural jump without even trying. It was different there. He muttered to himself, his voice low and thoughtful, as he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. 6 years of waiting, of training, of pushing himself to the limit. It was different there. He muttered to himself, his voice low and thoughtful, as he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. 6 years of waiting, of training, of pushing himself to the limit. And finally, something had clicked, and he had been rewarded with not 1, but 2 mutation skills, a testament to his hard work and dedication. And he knew that this was just the beginning, that there was still so much more to come. He asked calmly, "Are you hiding anything from me?" The response was a short, dry reply. "There is nothing, host," which only seemed to affirm Raziel's suspicion, albeit briefly. He asked calmly, "Are you hiding anything from me?" The response was a short, dry reply. "There is nothing, host," which only seemed to affirm Raziel's suspicion, albeit briefly. As he shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it, his mind already shifting focus to the obsidian skeleton skill, which, although seeming useless to some with its lack of flashy attacks or godlike powers, presented numerous potential uses when viewed from a brighter perspective, particularly the attribute of strong bones. "But if your veins are dry and your blood is gone, you'll still die," a statement that caught Raziel off guard, prompting him to ask, "Whose side are you on?" To which the system replied, of logic, completely unfazed, leading Raziel to shake his head and leave it, then inquiring about the time left to complete the trial still ongoing, a task he hadn't forgotten, not even for a second. And the system responded, "Remaining time, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 21 seconds. A reply that elicited a damn from Raziel. Raziel muttered, bowing forward, as he desperately tried to figure out how he was supposed to complete the trial with so little time left. And in his mind, one truth echoed louder than the time ticking down: that he'd wasted nearly 7 hours inside the system's space, a space where time flowed differently, pain lasted eternally, and each death taught a new kind of suffering. And the trial of worth was only supposed to last 9 hours total, which meant it was already nearing its end, and to enter the royal classroom. And Raziel exhaled in frustration, whispering bitterly under his breath, knowing that he needed a plan, and fast, as his memory raced. Currently, there were 3 major figures, and Raziel exhaled in frustration, whispering bitterly under his breath, knowing that he needed a plan, and fast, as his memory raced. Currently, there were 3 major figures. The church wouldn't dare send her in without at least 4 or 5 divine protection artifacts, not to mention an army of loyal followers disguised as candidates. Meanwhile, Silva Phalif, the monster in human skin, took the east. Raziel could almost see it. Cleaving monsters with reckless efficiency, a powerful figure emerged. Selene Luminous, the Saintess, secured the south, backed by an entourage of miniature knight-like constructs. Of course, the church wouldn't dare send her in without at least 4 or 5 divine protection artifacts, not to mention an army of loyal followers disguised as candidates. Meanwhile, Silva Faolith, the monster in human skin, took the east. Raziel could almost see it. He perched on a branch, elegantly fanning coals with unnerving grace. Strongest of the trio, perhaps of the entire trial, except that person, and as for the fourth person in the south, the one disguising himself as an average human to sneak into the academy, Raziel didn't even bother thinking about him. Going anywhere near those three would be courting death, not just because they were strong, but because they all hated him. Even if I try moving, nearly every candidate here hates me, and if the world had a face, it'd spit on me too. Going anywhere near those three would be courting death, not just because they were strong, but because they all hated him. Even if I try moving, nearly every candidate here hates me, and if the world had a face, it'd spit on me too. And Raziel felt a hand land on his shoulder, causing his instincts to explode into high alert, as he hadn't sensed anything. And like lightning, he spun around, leaping backwards and drawing distance instantly, his eyes snapping towards the figure. And Raziel felt a hand land on his shoulder, causing his instincts to explode into high alert, as he hadn't sensed anything. And like lightning, he spun around, leaping backwards and drawing distance instantly, his eyes snapping towards the figure. And Raziel felt a hand land on his shoulder, causing his instincts to explode into high alert, as he hadn't sensed anything. And like lightning, he spun around, leaping backwards and drawing distance instantly, his eyes snapping towards the figure, ready to retaliate, ready to kill if needed. But the stranger had already raised both hands, palms out, in a gesture of peace, as if to say, "I'm not here to fight." It felt like the world bent slightly around him. Raziel's pupils trembled. His mind went blank for a second as he took in the face, the presence that seemed to command attention, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It felt like the world bent slightly around him. Raziel's pupils trembled. His mind went blank for a second as he took in the face, the presence that seemed to command attention, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. It felt like the world bent slightly around him. Raziel's pupils trembled. His mind went blank for a second as he took in the face, the presence that seemed to command attention, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. As if the very air around him had shifted, and he was faced with something he couldn't quite explain, something that made his instincts scream with warning, and yet he couldn't look away, transfixed by the stranger's gaze, his dark silver eyes. For in that moment, he felt like he was walking on thin ice, and one wrong move could be disastrous. That freaking absurd, unnatural calm. He knew exactly who he was looking at. No, for in that moment, he felt like he was walking on thin ice, and one wrong move could be disastrous. That freaking absurd, unnatural calm. He knew exactly who he was looking at. No, of all the rotten luck. System. He hissed internally. His heart pounded like a war drum. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't in the damn plot. How the heck? Strongest existence in the entire world. No, the entire universe. He sighed under his breath, the weight of frustration pressing against his chest. Why is his luck so crappy? He muttered. He was the strongest existence, yet he was standing right in front of him. It was just too absurd. The boy's eyes seemed to gleam with a knowing spark, as if he was aware of the storm brewing inside him. The silence between them was oppressive, heavy with unspoken tension. The strongest existence. And he was just standing there, like a calm and collected idiot. It was just too much to handle. His mind was racing, trying to process this unexpected turn of events. But his body seemed frozen in place. The strongest existence, and he was just standing there, like a calm and collected idiot. It was just too much to handle. His mind was racing, trying to process this unexpected turn of events. But his body seemed frozen in place, unable to move or react. It was like time had stopped, and all that was left was the two of them, locked in this absurd, unnatural calm. It looks like you already know who I am, young friend, he said with a gentle, knowing smile, as Raziel's expression had faltered for only a moment, a flicker of recognition, quickly masked. But it was enough, and the boy's silver eyes gleamed with the calm assurance of someone who knew far more than he let on. Raziel didn't respond. He didn't need to, because he knew anyone who had read that cursed novel would know this wasn't just anyone. This was the strongest character from the very beginning of the story to its end, the linchpin of fate and chaos. Always smiling, playing the role of the jester in a grand tale. But that was a lie, because Riven, with a presence that commanded attention, was far more complex. And as the conversation began, always smiling, playing the role of the jester in a grand tale, but that was a lie, because Riven, with a presence that commanded attention, was far more complex. And as the conversation began, it was clear that nothing was as it seemed, and the truth behind the character's words and actions would slowly begin to unravel, revealing a depth that was both captivating and unnerving, as the gentle smile and twinkle in the eye hinted at a richness of character that was waiting to be explored. And the air was filled with an unspoken understanding, a connection that transcended words, as the two locked eyes, and the world around them melted away, leaving only the thrill of discovery and the promise of a journey that would take them to the very limits of their understanding, and beyond, into a realm where the lines between reality and fiction blurred, and the only constant was the enigma that was Riven, the Fool. As they delved deeper into the heart of the mystery and the truth about Riven, the Fool began to slowly reveal itself, like a puzzle coming together, piece by piece, to form a picture that was both beautiful and terrifying. As they delved deeper into the heart of the mystery and the truth about Riven, the Fool began to slowly reveal itself, like a puzzle coming together, piece by piece, to form a picture that was both beautiful and terrifying. A reflection of the complexity of the human heart and the power of the imagination to shape reality and create worlds that were both fantastical and familiar. A reminder that the line between reality and fiction is often blurred, and that the truth is always more complex and more fascinating than we can ever imagine. The supreme deity, known as the Preserve God, was responsible for maintaining the delicate cosmic balance, ensuring the universe didn't descend into chaos, not through direct intervention, but by preserving the intricate threads that held fate in check. And now, the supreme deity, known as the Preserve God, was responsible for maintaining the delicate cosmic balance, ensuring the universe didn't descend into chaos, not through direct intervention, but by preserving the intricate threads that held fate in check. And now, but never did, filled Raziel with hatred, or perhaps he simply couldn't comprehend the deity's motivations. And the Preserve God's inaction was a constant source of frustration for Raziel, who struggled to understand why this powerful being wouldn't use his abilities to prevent chaos, instead allowing others to bear the burden. And never did, filled Raziel with hatred, or perhaps he simply couldn't comprehend the deity's motivations. And the Preserve God's inaction was a constant source of frustration for Raziel, who struggled to understand why this powerful being wouldn't use his abilities to prevent chaos, instead allowing others to bear the burden. And this paradox left Raziel with a deep sense of disgust and confusion as he grappled with the deity's role in the grand scheme of things and the preservation of balance, which seemed to come at a great cost. And Raziel's emotions were torn between anger and bewilderment as he tried to make sense of the supreme deity's actions, or lack thereof. He muttered, "I don't know what you're talking about." He had no intention of engaging, not with someone like this. Better to escape, disappear before the conversation spiraled into something dangerous. But the boy's voice came again. He muttered, "I don't know what you're talking about." He had no intention of engaging, not with someone like this. Better to escape, disappear before the conversation spiraled into something dangerous. But the boy's voice came again, light and teasing, trailing behind him. "And I think you know me better than anyone here. Friend, have we met before?" Riven's cheerful voice echoed from behind, that same all-knowing smile still on his face. He knew Riven's kind, playful on the surface, deceitful beneath, the kind who spoke idols, lied without blinking, and always smiled. What does he want from me? Raziel's thoughts turned cautious, calculating. Oh, Riven's voice floated gently. How about not in the past? Raziel's attempt to brush him off was met with an unsettling response, as Riven's words hung in the air. Raziel's thoughts turned cautious, calculating. Oh, Riven's voice floated gently. How about not in the past? Raziel's attempt to brush him off was met with an unsettling response, as Riven's words hum in the air, leaving Raziel with a sense of unease, his mind racing with questions. Who is this person? And what did they want from him? The encounter had left him on edge, his instincts screaming to get away, to escape the clutches of this mysterious and potentially dangerous individual. But Raziel's feet seemed rooted to the spot, as if drawn into a web of intrigue from which he couldn't escape. the boy's words still echoing in his mind, a haunting melody that refused to fade away. As the silence between them grew thicker, Raziel's anxiety spiked. His heart pounding in his chest, he knew he had to break free, to shatter the spell that Riven had cast over him. But for now, he remained trapped, a captive of his own curiosity and the enigmatic smile of the boy who seemed to know him better than he knew himself. Riven's voice rang out behind him, carrying an almost playful lilt, as he asked, but in the future, a question that made Raziel step freeze, his heart skip a beat, and his bowels follow, prompting him to turn around. Less vaguely, and as his thoughts grew frantic, he reminded himself to stay calm, to stay composed, because if Riven suspected anything, if he saw too much, it could be disastrous. Less vaguely, and as his thoughts grew frantic, he reminded himself to stay calm, to stay composed, because if Riven suspected anything, if he saw too much, it could be disastrous. And so he struggled to keep his emotions in check, his mind a jumble of thoughts and fears, as he tried to make sense of Riven's enigmatic question, and the gods and their damned riddles that seemed to be driving him crazy. Raziel's mind was racing, trying to make sense of the words. As he thought to himself, I might die here. His thoughts growing tangled, and he could feel something shift in the air, a pressure he couldn't quite place, which was far beyond what he had expected, leaving him wondering if this being could truly see the future, or if it was all just some sort of riddle. And he couldn't help but think, why does this always happen to me? As he felt sweat beads forming at the back of his neck. Just as Riven burst into laughter, his silver eyes shining, and said, leave it, how about we introduce ourselves first? His smile widening, soft and almost friendly, as he said, my name is Riven. Hey, villain! And loud warning bells began to blare in his head, so he kept his voice neutral, saying, right, well, I'm in a hurry. Need to collect some elemental cores. A villain, and loud warning bells began to blare in his head, so he kept his voice neutral, saying, right, well, I'm in a hurry. Need to collect some elemental cores. If you'll excuse me, all while trying to process the strange encounter and the being's unusual behavior. He tuned again, but then a hand landed gently on his shoulder, a weightless touch that yet felt as though the skies themselves were pressing down on him, causing Raziel to flinch as his breath hitched and a bead of sweat rolled down his temple, and Riven's voice was soft and friendly. Yet the word fiend sent a chill through him, as Raziel's world slowed and his mind screamed, he knows, I know. Am I going to die? His heart pounded and his breathing quickened, no matter how hard he tried to calm himself. As he waited to hear what Riven would say next, his fate hanging precariously in the balance, and the soft voice seemed to be drawing him in, despite the fear that gripped his heart. And Raziel's mind was awhirl with questions, but he couldn't seem to find the words to ask them, as the hand on his shoulder seemed to be holding him in place. As he waited to hear what Riven would say next, his fate hanging precariously in the balance, and the soft voice seemed to be drawing him in, despite the fear that gripped his heart, and Raziel's mind was awhirl with questions, but he couldn't seem to find the words to ask them, as the hand on his shoulder seemed to be holding him in place. It all came flooding out like water through a cracked dam, as Riven's fate was called into question, with a voice trembling and words that weren't planned, but rather stemmed from deep within, born out of anger, fear, and raw honesty. It all came flooding out like water through a cracked dam, as Riven's fate was called into question, with a voice trembling and words that weren't planned, but rather stemmed from deep within, born out of anger, fear, and raw honesty. And yet, Riven's smile didn't fade. Instead, he responded with a quiet, mysterious tone, asking if he was indeed the one behind it all, and then posed a question about the true nature of fate, wondering if it was something that had been carved into one's bones, and mentioning that the other person had tried to fight it before. Many times, with his silver eyes gleaming with an ancient, infinite knowing that left Raziel taken aback, standing silent for a moment, his brows knitted together in confusion, as some of Riven's words didn't make literal sense, but still managed to stir something deep inside his soul. And despite the uncertainty, Raziel allowed himself to lean into the flow as the conversation continued to unfold, with Riven's enigmatic words hanging in the air, and Raziel's thoughts reeling from the implications, and the air was thick with tension, as the two navigated the complexities of fate and the extent of Riven's involvement, with Raziel's mind racing to keep up with the subtle hints and suggestions that Riven was dropping. Like breadcrumbs on a winding path, and the more they spoke, the more Raziel felt like he was being drawn into a labyrinth of questions and doubts, with no clear exit in sight. And yet, he couldn't help but be drawn to the mystery, like a moth to a flame, helpless to resist the pull of the unknown. As the conversation continued to dance around the edges of truth, and Raziel's perceptions were challenged, and his understanding of the world was turned upside down, leaving him to wonder and question everything. The confusion, fear, and helplessness all melted into something raw and honest as Raziel finally burst out, his voice sharp with desperation, pleading for help to escape the fate that had been bestowed upon him, as he passionately exclaimed why nobody was helping him, emphasizing that he hadn't done anything wrong and that everyone was aware of his innocence, with his voice cracking with raw emotion as he questioned the fairness of the situation, accusing the world of unfairly labeling him as evil, simply because it had been decided that he should be. And then he demanded to know if the being who stood before him, the so-called all-knowing one, was aware of everything. To which the being responded quietly, acknowledging that Raziel was not wrong, but also explaining that it was not his role to act, that he did not intervene by will, only witnessing and guiding when asked, and only acting when the cosmic balance was on the verge of collapse. As he opened his eyes again, gleaming like stars locked in a divine clockwork, and began to discuss Raziel's destiny, fate, and duty. It is you to fulfill, just as I have mine. And with that, Raziel's jaw tightened. For if any other person had heard this conversation, they wouldn't understand a word of it. Yet somehow, beneath all the vague talk of dharma, fate, and cosmic duty, Raziel understood, not in words, but in feeling, which led him to ask, his voice quiet this time, but no less bitter, if that's what you're saying, won't you stand against me one day? And his tone shifted, a little warmer, as if peeling away a layer of detachment. In a profound and intriguing encounter, a sage figure found themselves torn between their duty to maintain balance and their compassion for an individual who was struggling, despite the potential risks, as they acknowledged that their role was not only to uphold harmony, but also to offer guidance. And his tone shifted, a little warmer, as if peeling away a layer of detachment. In a profound and intriguing encounter, a sage figure found themselves torn between their duty to maintain balance and their compassion for an individual who was struggling, despite the potential risks, as they acknowledged that their role was not only to uphold harmony, but also to offer guidance. And his tone shifted, a little warmer, as if peeling away a layer of detachment. In a profound and intriguing encounter, a sage figure found themselves torn between their duty to maintain balance and their compassion for an individual who was struggling, despite the potential risks, as they acknowledged that their role was not only to uphold harmony, but also to offer guidance. And thus they couldn't ignore the suffering of this person who had endured and persevered through immense challenges, with a voice that resonated across multiple planes of existence, underscoring the complex and often harsh nature of fate and destiny, which, though sometimes seemingly cruel and unreasonable, ultimately served a greater purpose, that of achieving the greatest good and harmony among all things. And as they gazed directly into the eyes of the afflicted individual, they proposed an alternative perspective, one where the person was not inherently wrong or evil, but rather burdened with an unasked-for duty, a path that only they could navigate. And with a gentle gesture, they placed a hand on the individual's shoulder. Yet his heart was screaming, as if trying to comprehend the profound words being spoken. And although he didn't understand half of what was being said, somehow, deep within him, everything seemed to make sense. And then the silver-haired boy stepped forward. Yet his heart was screaming, as if trying to comprehend the profound words being spoken. And although he didn't understand half of what was being said, somehow, deep within him, everything seemed to make sense. And then the silver-haired boy stepped forward. Yet his heart was screaming, as if trying to comprehend the profound words being spoken. And although he didn't understand half of what was being said, somehow, deep within him, everything seemed to make sense. And then the silver-haired boy stepped forward, withdrawing his hand from Raziel's shoulder, uttering words that seemed to hold a mysterious power, saying, Fate is not a chain, but a road. And even the darkest road can turn if you dare to walk differently. A soft, enigmatic smile played at the corners of his lips, the meaning slipping through his fingers, even as he reached. His thoughts clouded, swirling in contradiction, and yet, somewhere in that fog, he felt as if he was close, as if there was something important just beyond the veil, a revelation hovering at the edge of his awareness, taunting him. The meaning slipping through his fingers even as he reached. His thoughts clouded, swirling in contradiction, and yet somewhere in that fog, he felt as if he was close, as if there was something important just beyond the veil, a revelation hovering at the edge of his awareness, taunting him. The meaning slipping through his fingers even as he reached. His thoughts clouded, swirling in contradiction, and yet somewhere in that fog, he felt as if he was close, as if there was something important just beyond the veil, a revelation hovering at the edge of his awareness, taunting him, whispering, but no matter how hard he tried to hold on to it, to decode the riddles, it remained obscured just out of reach, like a dream you wake up from too soon. He watched as the figure walked away in silence, steps light, and said, "Even if you defeat the so-called chosen one," before stopping himself, uttering the words, "No, I shouldn't say this." And the subsequent silence that followed lasted merely seconds, yet it stretched out like an eternity. A sense of tension and anticipation hanging in the air, and said, "Even if you defeat the so-called chosen one," before stopping himself, uttering the words, "No, I shouldn't say this." And the subsequent silence that followed lasted merely seconds, yet it stretched out like an eternity. A sense of tension and anticipation hanging in the air, and said, "Even if you defeat the so-called chosen one," before stopping himself, uttering the words, "No, I shouldn't say this." And the subsequent silence that followed lasted merely seconds, yet it stretched out like an eternity, a sense of tension and anticipation hanging in the air. Until finally, one of them spoke up, saying, "One day we will meet again on the battlefield." From opposite sides, the voice devoid of any emotion, no anger. He stopped suddenly, a small shake of his head, a flicker of something that didn't belong to gods, and then he whispered, "I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured in every life." He stopped suddenly, a small shake of his head, a flicker of something that didn't belong to gods, and then he whispered, "I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured in every life," before vanishing into thin air, leaving Raziel staring into empty space. But then Raziel's breath caught in his throat. His knees buckled, and the strength in his legs evaporated as he collapsed onto all fours, gasping like he'd just emerged from deep water, wondering what the hell just happened, before vanishing into thin air, leaving Raziel staring into empty space. But then Raziel's breath caught in his throat, his knees buckled, and the strength in his legs evaporated as he collapsed onto all fours, gasping like he'd just emerged from deep water, wondering what the hell just happened, before vanishing into thin air, leaving Raziel staring into empty space. But then Raziel's breath caught in his throat, his knees buckled, and the strength in his legs evaporated as he collapsed onto all fours, gasping like he just emerged from deep water, wondering what the hell just happened. All of it. And then it hit him. He had spilled it all. His secrets, his fears, his causes. Why? He hadn't wanted to. He never meant to. But he had spoken from the deepest parts of himself. Why? Why couldn't he control it? And just then a calm voice echoed within his mind, a system notification that said, "Calm down." He hadn't wanted to. He never meant to. But he had spoken from the deepest parts of himself. Why? Why couldn't he control it? And just then, a calm voice echoed within his mind, a system notification that said, "Calm down." Trying to make sense of what had just happened. He had spoken his deepest secrets without even realizing it. And now he was left wondering why he couldn't control himself. The voice in his mind seemed to be the only one that knew the truth, and it was telling him to calm down. But he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off, that something had taken control of him. Trying to make sense of what had just happened, he had spoken his deepest secrets without even realizing it, and now he was left wondering why he couldn't control himself. The voice in his mind seemed to be the only one that knew the truth, and it was telling him to calm down. But he couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off, that something had taken control of him and made him spill his deepest secrets. The thought sent shivers down his spine as he tried to comprehend the magnitude of what had just occurred. His mind was racing with questions, but the only answer he got was the calm voice in his mind, telling him that his secrets were out and there was no going back. He meant to say that someone had successfully extracted the truth from him, to which the host replied in affirmation, prompting a furious response from Raziel, who slammed his fist into the stone ground with such force that it left a shallow crater beneath his knuckles. His anger and shame twisting his stomach as he struggled to come to terms with the fact that his mind, secrets, and soul had been so effortlessly exposed without him even noticing. A realization that made him feel weak and vulnerable, but the host quickly intervened, advising him not to beat himself up over it, explaining that it had nothing to do with weakness and that no one could resist the truth domain of the Supreme God, which only served to make Raziel's shoulders tremble and his breathing become more labored as he growled in frustration, recalling how he had been told that he could hide things from this entity. And now he was faced with the uncomfortable truth that he had been utterly unable to do so. So, somehow, he still managed to read through the person, despite them not making it easy for him to do so. And the question remains, what happened to the difference they made? And it's affirmed that the system data and dark resonance were obscured, which he couldn't see. Then the puzzle is, why did he apologize? Raziel whispered, voice awe, wondering what he saw that made a god pity. The system paused before concluding that after deep analysis of his phasing, tone, and emotional fluctuations, it's likely that Riven possesses an ability to perceive the number of deaths a soul has undergone, as mentioned in Chapter 89 of a novel. And this realization left the air around Raziel still, as it's explained that with his soul having experienced death and rebirth nearly 10, endlessly suffering, which could be the reason he received an apology, as he was seen not as a threat, but as a cosmic victim, evoking pity. And it was this misunderstanding that prompted the apology, given the belief that his suffering spanned lifetimes. Endlessly suffering, which could be the reason he received an apology, as he was seen not as a threat, but as a cosmic victim, evoking pity. And it was this misunderstanding that prompted the apology, given the belief that his suffering spanned lifetimes. Endlessly suffering, which could be the reason he received an apology, as he was seen not as a threat, but as a cosmic victim, evoking pity. And it was this misunderstanding that prompted the apology, given the belief that his suffering spanned lifetimes. Restless and unresolved, until he finally muttered, I see, without laughter or tears, but with a shift in the pit of his chest, a new fire had sparked. Not just of age or pride, but of purpose, as the god had looked into his soul and misunderstood it. And Raziel thought that this misunderstanding might be the most dangerous mistake of all, and he wondered if he could take advantage of this misunderstanding.